love a buttered biscuit.
Dropped a grumpy.
Good evening, everybody. Wonderful to see. Got Jessica. She's hanging out. She's just listening to you. That's all. So if she doesn't talk, it's not because she's not here. It's because she is listening.
I'll say hello. I'm at work, so yeah.
Yeah. I figured you would just be able to hang out and enjoy, just because you got a great group over here. You know, they'll all come rolling in here, and then we'll kick this thing off. And yeah, there's like one, maybe two people hanging out. So we're having a chill night tonight, because we are running through the end of day 3. We started it out pretty early on. What was it, Saturday? Yeah, Saturday and Sunday. I forget. Damn, time flies when you're having too much fun. So
I think it was on Saturday.
Yeah, it was Saturday because we jumped over and hollered at winning.
Yes,
for a
sir.
bit. Yeah. So we did 6 hours on Saturday, and it was fun. We had a blast. Now we're getting back into the human and not the pre-recorded stuff. Hey,
Hi, Baker.
Broken Baker, brother. Good to see you. Just, hey, it says I'm hanging out. Talk me to sleep. We can do that. Talk to you, whisper sweet nothings in your ear. How's that? Like really sweet nothings.
Especially with your voice.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Baker does get turned on by my voice. I can't help it. Oh, so much fun. So much fun. So yeah, I can bring this thing up and we can get it up and running. And gotta get all the stuff up in here. And I just always forget that there's these happy things, like the little Virginia man standing on this other guy, just trampling him. Gotcha. Oh, and Ascarati is back in here again. She's got something to say. So we'll get this thing kicked off here and let everybody just enjoy it. Oh, you don't like the accented way? I'll tell you like it is. Son. Oh boy. No, I was actually watching a good portion of Baker's stream today. It was fun. Well, I mean, the subject matter isn't fun, but he puts on a good show. So covers the trials very well. Him and his wonderful co-host there, she's absolutely wonderful. Oh my. Oh my.
Every time I
the one we have in the binder,
a message or chat from Baker, I read it in his voice in my head.
I love it.
I love it. I love his voice and his accent. Like, he's awesome.
Yes.
And sorry.
There's somebody else. Whenever you said that, there's somebody else that it's Yamaha Biker.
Yeah.
Like I hear his voice every time that he types something in there.
There's a mosquito here, and it's like been trying to kill me all day. I'm like, can you just go like somewhere else and live out the rest of your life? Leave me alone.
You don't have like some hairspray and a lighter where you just
no. I wish.
Well, you could always get some flour, toss it up and light it, it'll explode into flames also. It's pretty cool.
Interesting.
Coffee
I'm
creamer works really
I'm gonna
cool
mute
too.
myself so I can.
Cool.
I'll listen and I'll stop talking. So I can close up.
Looks different than the one you had on the screen, so I'm not sure. The one on the screen looked much more redacted, but maybe this is redacted. Okay, so the emails are all right, everything. I just want to make sure because it seemed like the one on the screen had a little more redaction than the one I'm seeing here. So I didn't say it did, but well, there are identifiers on here, at least emails. There's no cell phones on here. Those have been redacted. I didn't think the emails were redacted. I thought they were the same, but okay. No, I don't care. I just want to make sure everybody agrees that the one that I have is the one that's in evidence.
I think you're on the one that was on the screen did in fact redact the email addresses also, which is not the same as I think what you have. So
We're idiots. We don't know what we're doing.
Probably with the,
We're only
we
lawyers
didn't, David Murphy
on
redacted
TV.
it.
Okay, I apologize, Your Honor. I apologize. So yeah, we will provide you the redacted.
None of these are
So I
alive.
need a redacted there. Is there any chance in the future that you guys maybe can talk ahead of time and get these redacted ahead of
Maybe
time?
get your head out of your ass
Possibly.
at a time.
We're trying our
Okay,
Those donkeys getting
all right. It's
very
just, I already
angry.
still have 3 pending
Maybe
redaction
put your
now.
head inside them.
Oh, look with a smile on your face, Mr. Rottenborn. I see that. Okay. I know. He wants to be the star of the day. That's okay. Okay. All right. So now I have
I love it.
for the redacted copy.
You just hear that cut
And
down.
I have 210
You want to be the star of the day
redacted
here.
copy. Okay, perfect.
I love it.
So that then just leaves me with 397 then, correct? The one I just 548 also. Okay, 548 and 397 now. Okay, perfect. All right. Anything else this time? Oh, good. Okay, ready for the jury.
Oh, we've been ready for the jury. I should been waiting, you guys, to get your head out of your patooties. Potatoes. Dun, 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 dun. All right, sit down, Jerry.
All right. Your next witness, Mr. Chair? All right, so you say that again, I'm sorry? Okay, can you spell that last name for me?
Deuters.
Thank you.
This is Miss Duders. What type of effery is going on in here? Well, we're rewatching the trial that happened last year. One that set the world on fire, and I'm kidding, didn't really do much of anything, but it was really freaking interesting. Got this man off.
All right, thank you.
Read him up.
And good afternoon, Ms. Duders.
Hi.
This dude's pretty
Would you
cute.
please state your full name for the record?
Cuter than I
Yes, it's,
remember.
Georgina Diane Duters, but I go by Gina.
And Ms. Duders, where are you from?
London.
Oh no.
And can you tell us a little bit about what your occupation is?
Good to see you,
I
Stephanie.
currently am a freelance creator who kind of conceptualizes and shoots and edits photographs and clips, largely for social media.
And how long have you been doing that?
Just a few years. Before that, I was a visual effects coordinator for movies.
And can you tell us just very briefly what that means?
It's basically the managing of CG and effects in films, the delivery of, and yeah, just the managing of that. Yeah.
And how long did you do that?
Oh, from 2002 to 2016.
Any films we might recognize?
Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, The Dark Knight, terrible Christmas movie that I won't mention, Pirates of the Caribbean 4. Yeah.
Do you know Johnny Depp?
I do.
And how do you know Johnny Depp?
He is a good friend of mine.
When did you first meet Mr. Depp?
I met him summer of 2005 It was actually at the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory premiere. My husband Stephen introduced me to him at a dinner after the premiere.
Stephen Duders.
Yeah, he was super sweet and warm and kind of ushered us in to join him at dinner. And I remember being very nervous, like I am now. And yeah, that's when we first met.
You say your husband, Stephen, introduced you to Mr. Depp.
Yeah.
How did your husband know him?
I'm sorry?
How did your husband, Stephen, know Mr. Depp?
Oh, he started working with him on Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. He started off in production, but then joined the Depp department during the shoot.
And does he still work for Mr. Depp?
Yeah.
And in what capacity?
Well, he started off as like a personal assistant, and it's kind of developed into a producer-writer type role with Johnny's guidance.
So for how long has he worked for Mr. Depp then?
18 years, I think since 2004.
Now, over those 18 years, where has he been working?
Thank you.
That's some steady work.
All over the place.
I was listening because I was doing some. I was closing out some stuff, but
Yeah.
she's actually really pretty.
Yeah,
She's
pretty.
gorgeous.
she is gorgeous. I mean, I'd mud wrestle with her.
Bet you would, Chizzy. I bet you would.
Yeah, right. and then she could get into bed all dirty if she wanted to. Wouldn't bother me a bit.
Tisk tisk. Behave yourself.
Well, her husband might get mad that she's all dirty, but not my problem. I'm not going to bed with her.
It depends on where the film
Oh my.
is being shot. So Bahamas, Hawaii, London, LA, kind of all over.
And where have you been during this time?
Well, Stephen and I, our first two films,
Where am I?
we worked on the same film, but then he went off to do Pirates and I went off to do other films. So I wouldn't always be with them. I know that in between my projects, Johnny was always mindful that me and Stephen didn't spend too much time apart. So he would usually be, kind enough to fly me out to be with them wherever they were.
Okay. About how many times would that happen in a given year, if you can estimate for us?
2 to 3. Yeah. And they'd be like, sometimes I'd be with them for like a month, sometimes just a couple of weeks.
Can you just generally describe for us very briefly your husband's relationship with Mr. Depp?
It's a great one. They are very close professionally, and
She hasn't been in any movies, but she's worked in movies. That's what she was saying earlier. She handled like videography and photography and stuff like that. So don't tell her I told you that. Okay, I'll make sure I don't.
personally, I know that Stephen really respects Johnny and looks up to him. And Johnny's been a mentor to him and has really encouraged Stephen's career develop. And they're great friends too.
And can you just very briefly and very generally tell us what it was like on those time periods when you were spending time, chunks of time with Mr. Depp and your husband?
Well, if
Your Honor, relevance and character testimony for a board, I'm not sure how this all relates to.
It's a basic foundational fact, Your Honor. Just,
I'll allow it. That's fine. Go ahead.
okay. What was the question, sorry?
just generally describe for us.
Okay,
what-
so if they were working, it would
That was
be
fine.
Your identity.
like on
It's
raft,
okay.
we'd have dinner together. And then I'd kind of entertain myself while the
Yeah.
boys went off to work. If it was during downtime, it would.
But she would have won Oscars too. If anybody that works on a set of any movie that wins an Oscar, you get that Oscar also. So you could be just a grip or something like that, still get an Oscar. It's pretty cool.
Probably be like a family holiday, so it would include his long-term partner Vanessa and their little kids, which was always really lovely. Really happy memories there. So it kind of depended.
Uh,
I almost want to slow
How
down
well
her
would you say
voice
you
so
know
I
Mr.
can
Depp?
listen to her.
Very
talk.
well.
over the course of your friendship with Mr. Depp, and I apologize, did you say it had been 17 years?
I'm not great at maths, but 2005 to now, I think, is 17.
Close
Yeah.
enough. Okay. Over the course of your friendship with Mr. Depp, have you ever seen Mr. Depp take drugs?
Yes.
And which ones?
I've seen him smoke weed and occasionally cocaine.
Okay. Have you ever seen him drink?
Yes.
All right. Have you ever partaken of any of these substances at the same time?
Yes.
Weed is not a drug.
About how many times
I'll
would you
fight
estimate
her.
you've seen Mr. Depp
Yeah.
use cocaine?
Oh gosh. I mean, it's usually like kind of a celebratory event, like after a gig or a party or something. 20? I don't know. 20 times over the. I don't. Yeah.
About 20 times.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
over. And that's over.
I mean, yeah. I haven't been kind of keeping count, but it's not a regular thing. It's sporadic. It's.
Okay, and that's 20 times over what period of time?
Gosh. I think like the last maybe 10 years.
I don't know anything about that.
And how often
Like
have you
dandelions.
seen Mr. Depp
Yeah, I agree.
consume alcohol?
They're so
Since I've
horrible.
met him.
The worst weeds ever.
Can you describe for us how Mr. Depp seems to respond to cocaine?
I quite honestly can't gauge much difference in his demeanor. This stuff kind of tends to make the average person a bit chattier and maybe stays up a bit longer than they should. But nothing out of the ordinary.
Okay. Same question for alcohol. How would you say, based on your interactions with him while he's drinking, how does he seem to respond to it?
Well, it depends on whether he's
It's kind of annoying.
doing the
but
weed,
he holds
doing
his
the
liquor
weed
very
and
well.
alcohol, doing
so,
the weed, the alcohol, the cocaine,
gosh, I
doing the cocaine, the weed,
kind of
doing cocaine and the alcohol.
more jovial, or just I've never seen him. I've honestly never seen him like drunk.
Yes.
Never been with him in that kind of situation.
Does he seem to drink to excess in your experience?
No.
Sure.
Have you ever seen him get angry or violent while on cocaine?
No, definitely not.
Have you ever seen him get angry or violent while on alcohol?
No.
Ms. Duders, do you know Amber Laura Heard?
Yes.
And when did you first meet Ms. Heard?
When did I?
Yes.
Well, we met kind of very briefly on the set of The Rum Diary, but it was just kind of quick greeting in the craft tent, I think.
And just so everybody's on the same page, what is the Rum Diary?
The Rum Diary is a movie that we shot in 2009 in Puerto Rico. And yeah, it starred Johnny and Amber. And I was there with Stephen. That was one of the times that I wasn't working, so I traveled out to be with Stephen, and I was around. I did end up doing a little thing for the visual effects department, but mostly it was leisure for me.
Was there anything noteworthy about your interactions with Ms. Heard on that occasion?
No.
When did you next meet Ms. Heard?
I think a couple of years later, Rum Diary press tour, I went to the premiere in London. And again, it was just a kind of, greeting. It wasn't, we didn't kind of hang out, chat properly or anything.
And again, just so everybody's on the same page, what is a press tour?
A press tour is when a film comes out, the actors and the director usually travel around with the film and show it in different cities all over the world. And the actors usually have to do interviews to promote it and just get the word out.
Okay. And this was a press tour for Rum Diary?
Yeah.
And what city were you in?
I went to the London one.
Okay. And does anything stand out to you about your interactions with Ms. Heard on that occasion?
No.
Okay. Were you aware at that point that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard had started a relationship?
Yes.
And how were you aware?
Because Depp's team, Johnny's team, there's just always an open, constant flow of information, because ultimately, Jerry Judge would be looking after Johnny, so would kind of get updates as to where they were going and what he was doing. And so in that way, we got kind of, notified that, they just got together.
Okay. And you mentioned a name there, Jerry Judge. Can you just tell the jury who that is?
Okay, I don't want to be upset, but Jerry Judge was Johnny's long-term security guy, and he, was a individual. We all loved him very much, and he was like family. He was like a dad, and unfortunately, he passed away.
When did you next see Ms. Heard after the press
I was
tour?
about to cry over that. It's
Okay, so that was like 2011.
someone she liked a lot. Man, that's rough.
I think it was on a trip that we accompanied Johnny and Amber on to Las Vegas for a few days.
And can you estimate for us just approximately when that was?
Thank you, Rabbit. Good to see you.
Or maybe that was 2012. I'm so sorry. Like, I'm blanking on the date. But it would have been after they, started seeing each other, maybe a couple of months afterwards. And we just went out there for a few days. I don't remember if it was just like a little excursion for them, or if Johnny had something to do there. I don't remember that. It was just for like 2-3 days.
No, it'll be
Anything
a
stand
while
out to you
before
about
she
that trip?
gets booted. Be quite some time. I think after a break,
I was kind of
when it
excited
happens.
to meet Amber, because she was Johnny's new
Or it
girl.
might be the
and,
following day.
But I remember kind of trying to, kind of make eye contact, and I kind of felt a bit ignored, which is fine, we're staff or whatever. So I didn't really chat with her.
It's
When
during
you say
this.
staff,
this
Well, I
next
mean,
break
I'm
comes
not
up.
employed by Johnny, but I'm obviously Stephen's wife, and he's staff, and
Hey, Rabbit, don't you ever worry about it. It's fine. You take care of business. Did she? No, not yet. Maybe soon.
I didn't really interact with her.
Okay. So can you kind of describe what happened when you saw her then, if anything?
No, nothing of note. Just that she didn't really engage or make, just didn't really acknowledge our presence.
Did you see Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard interact at all
Yeah.
on that trip?
Yeah.
Okay. And can you describe that for us?
They seemed pretty in love. They were tactile, and they seemed happy.
Okay. When did you next meet Ms. Heard?
When Johnny and Stephen had gone out on location to shoot The Lone Ranger, so I think that might have been the next year. So bad with dates, sorry. I think through Johnny and Stephen, Amber and I were kind of put in touch, and we went vintage shopping together, and went to get a coffee once, and then with Johnny and Stephen kind of looked around some galleries, art galleries.
Where is Jessica? Well, Jessica is here. She's just she's at work, and so she can't be talking the whole time. But she's here. She's chilling. She's listening. So she does say hi to everybody. So don't you worry. She's just fine. Good to see you. I have a story, and I can hear his voice in my head right now. If you haven't checked it out, you should check him out. He's good people.
About how long would you say the period was that you and Ms. Heard were together in this time frame?
He's just big.
How long were we
See-
both out
see,
on
sure.
location?
Right. Yeah.
I'm not sure about her, and I know that I personally made 2 trips, which seemed to coincide with her being there. So it was nice. Kind of meeting up to go vintage shopping. She was really, really lovely, really sweet. We got on very well, and it was fun. It was, she's very charming.
Did you discuss her relationship with Mr. Depp at all?
I remember going for a coffee, and she seemed a bit, just a bit kind of frustrated that I don't think Johnny was ready to go public with their relationship yet. I think that was you know, frustrating for her.
Did you form an impression that she wanted to go public immediately?
All right, I'll sustain as to speculation. Next question.
Were you out in public?
Yeah, yeah. Yes.
When you were interacting with Miss Heard in this time frame, did you notice at all whether she was wearing makeup?
No, I don't think she was wearing makeup. She's naturally beautiful. It's, I remember, you know, just thinking how gorgeous her skin was and how, yeah, pretty she was.
And I mean, how could you tell that she wasn't wearing makeup?
Well, I consider myself to be quite the makeup expert. You know, earlier on in my adult life, I kind of got hormonal acne, which was awful. So I got kind of professional at covering that up. So I think I'm pretty good at telling if someone's wearing, you know, like foundation or concealer.
Have you ever heard of arnica cream?
Yes. In fact, I actually was using it the other week.
You can use the microphone. I was having trouble hearing you. I'm sorry. Oh, there you go. It's on. There you go.
They're about to get handed to them on this one. Yeah.
The question was, have you ever heard of it? And she answered it and then continued that. So it's,
All right, she's answered the question.
she's answered the question.
All right, if you want to ask him another question.
Sure. What is it?
It's a homeopathic lotion that you use to help bruises heal faster.
And have you ever used it yourself?
Yes, I was using it a couple of weeks ago because I had a huge bruise on my hip after I had a fall.
Okay.
Yeah, so I know what it is.
And can you just describe for those of us who have no idea, like myself, what does arnica cream look like?
Oh, sorry, that was me. It's kind of like a white emollient cream, opaque, that you rub into your skin. You rub into the bruise.
Yep, there it was. For a little.
Once it's been rubbed in, what does it look like?
Transparent.
So is the bruise still visible?
Absolutely, yeah.
All right, I'll sustain as deleting.
Understood.
Okay.
All right. After that, those interactions with Miss Heard on the set of Lone Ranger in, did you say 2013?
I'm not sure if that's an objection, but
I'll withdraw the date, Your
all right,
Honor.
just
After your interactions with Miss Heard on the set of the Lone Ranger, Ms. Duters, when do you next recall seeing Miss Heard?
I think it was on the press tour for the Lone Ranger. By that point, I believe their relationship was public. And we traveled to Japan with their kids, Johnny's kids, and her friend, Brittany, who I think was, you know, along as Am's friend, but also to help take care of the kids while, you know, Johnny was working. And
Okay. And why were you traveling to Japan again?
because the Lone Ranger was premiering there and they were doing press. And then we also traveled like to Berlin, I think, as well, and all around.
Were you traveling with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Did you witness any interactions between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard on these trips?
I mean, just generally on the plane, nothing to note. There was an incident like when we were all at dinner together. And when I say we all, I mean also the other actors and the producers and director. And I noticed that Johnny was kind of hiding a drink on the side of his chair and taking secret sips. And I noticed, you know, she kind of saw that and was quite angry about it. And I couldn't hear what was said, but he seemed to be kind of getting got told off by, you know, the telling off, which is, it was kind of weird. You know, it was a bit like telling off a child.
What was he drinking?
I think it was champagne.
Okay, like a flute of champagne?
Yeah, something like that.
Do you have any impressions of, how would you describe their body language when they were having this conversation?
Quite.
I don't know. She just did like a little
You
adjustment
know,
there.
I think she was really angry. So, yeah, just kind of like dominant and just very angry and, just telling, him off.
Okay. And how would you describe his body language?
I think, quite just exhausted by the whole being told off like a child.
Over this period of time, and just to clarify, were Ms. Heard and Ms. Depp public at this point?
Yes.
Okay. So it was,
Yeah. Well, I mean, when we arrived at airports, there was like photographers everywhere. So, and we, it wasn't very public. Yeah.
Okay. Over this period of time, then, after they'd gone public, did you ever witness them together? Did you have a perspective on their interactions in general?
Objection, Relevance Foundation.
Is your mic is on? Because I'm just.
Pushed it, I'm sorry.
There, now it is. Okay, thank you. All right, objection.
Relevance Foundation leading.
Well, their interactions are directly relevant, Your Honor. I can lay more foundation if the court wants.
You don't lay foundation, that's fine.
Did you ever witness Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp together in this time period?
Sorry, could you repeat? Sorry, I know you said it a few times, but could you just repeat it one more time?
Of course. Over this next couple of years,
Yeah.
after the press tour for Lone Ranger, did you have occasion to interact with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard at the same time? Did you see them together?
Very rarely.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe a dinner here or there.
Okay.
Yeah.
From those occasions when you did see them, did you form any impressions about how they were getting along based on their interactions with each other that you personally witnessed?
Still don't think it's established the foundation. It's been a few times that he saw a couple dinners and she's asking for her perspective on their relationship.
On those particular occasions,
What's the relevance of her impressions?
I'll rephrase.
Okay.
How would you describe their interactions on those occasions when you witnessed them?
It's the same thing, Aaron. It's still no foundation.
If she's present,
I'll allow it. It's fine.
If she's present, she can answer. Jesus.
They seemed okay. I mean, they could be quite tense, but nothing to note. Nothing I would remark on.
were you invited to their wedding?
Yeah. Yes.
And did you attend?
Yes.
Okay. Can you just generally describe for us what the wedding was like?
It was definitely a predominantly Amber event in the sense that a large percentage of the guests were her friends and family. And, a lot of his friends and family couldn't make it because it seemed to happen so quickly. And yeah, they seem to be having, her and her friends seem to be having a wonderful time.
Where did the wedding take place?
On Johnny's Island in the Bahamas.
And did you have any interactions with Ms. Heard during this time period? Or
Yes.
did you talk to Ms. Heard when you were at the wedding?
Yeah. There were dinners, and it was certainly a celebration every day. Amber and her friend Rocky gave me my first taste of MDMA. And everyone, like all her friends were on it, and so I tried that for the first time with them. Yeah, it was like a party atmosphere.
Okay. Just briefly, can you sketch out for us in a little more
fun.
detail
Party.
how you came to take MDMA on that at the wedding?
Oh, well, it was evening time. I think I was a bit hungover from the day before, and I can imagine those two saw me. And when they first dropped the pill into my hand, I thought it was like a supplement, like a vitamin supplement to make me feel better. But no, they quickly said it was MDMA, and I kind of decided to throw caution to the wind and just try it.
As you do. I mean,
You
who doesn't
mentioned
just,
that you
just take drugs.
Travel.
Somebody else has
I
them.
thought-
Depp and Mr.
Anyways.
I thought
to
Amber didn't
Japan,
do drugs. I
Berlin,
thought it was
possibly
only
other locations as
Johnny.
well. Can you
Mwah.
tell us where else you traveled with him?
Well, after the wedding, we headed to Australia
And why did you go to Australia?
because that's where Johnny would be shooting Pirates 5.
Okay, and approximately when do you think you were in Australia?
I think that I flew with Johnny and Jerry Judge and Stephen and a few others. I think that was February. And Johnny stayed in a house, and Stephen and I were based like a 35-minute drive away on the shoreline in the hotels. And I think Amber flew in a while afterwards.
You said you thought it was February. Do you recall the year?
Yes, I do. 2015.
So just so we have the cast of characters clear, who from this group was in Australia at this point?
So we've got on the plane that I was on, it was Johnny, Jerry Judge, Stephen Duters, Debbie Lloyd, and myself, and maybe one other.
You mentioned the name there. I don't think we've heard before. Can you just tell the jury quickly who Debbie Lloyd is?
Okay.
Yeah. Here we go. This is the sidebar that gets her removed from testifying.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we just have to take a few housekeeping matters up, so we're just going to have you take a recess for a few minutes, okay? So again, no outside research and don't talk to anybody, okay?
Yes, she is. About to get it. Has no idea what's going on.
Question for you. All right, Ms. Duters, I just had a question for you. Have you been watching the trial this past week?
I've seen clips of it online. Yeah.
You've been watching, so you have seen parts of this trial?
Yeah.
Okay, and witness testimonies?
Yeah, I've seen clips of.
You've seen everything. All right, does anybody have any follow-up questions?
Ms. Duters, have you been watching?
It doesn't matter. She's been watching clips of witness testimony. All right, you're excused, ma'am. You can have your excuse.
Yeah, but they weren't that far in.
I will instruct the jury. They'll have to strike the testimony of Ms. Duters.
Yeah.
There's a rule on witnesses.
I don't
testimonies.
know.
Understood, Your Honor. This is
All
the
right.
first word.
I
Well, and yeah, we saw this part. She's confused of what's going on, but it's because one of we won't mention any names here. Piece of they handed the phone over to Amber's team of posts that she made a while back, changed the date on it, and made it appear that she had just recently posted this like the day before or something like that. But it had to do with the other trial in England.
I believe that. I have no doubt in my mind that this is the first you've heard of it. Have a good day, ma'am. Thank you. I hope I got the first time.
Well, and Elaine is just ecstatic. All she did was her homework. No, she didn't do anything.
She's
she
like,
might have.
"Hee."
Oh yeah, she's excited.
The
and
evil
ecstatic.
witch cackle.
Yeah.
Thank you. Your next witness is going to be on deposition, right?
Yes, right. It's going to be on video.
Okay. All right. Did you want us to take the afternoon recess now before we? Because your video thing. I'll take the afternoon recess, then I'll instruct the jury. Okay. All right. We'll take 15 minutes.
Oh.
Let's come back at 3:15.
What a. And this is, I think, whenever they come back, she gets booted out. It seems to smart ass and trying to tattle.
Yes. Yes, sir. Sure.
So if new evidence comes up, they have to show it. No, there won't be. No, I won't be giving any of those there. You know, that's all Elaine's job. She can, do all the horrible stuff that she's talking about over here, and we will eat some pumpkin pie and cheese.
Look at her face.
Yeah.
I don't know. My Elaine's face bothers me so much.
Because it looks
And then-
like she fell out of a ugly tree and hit every branch on the way down.
Yeah, true. And then Judge Penny's face, just like, she just looks so sweet and wholesome. Like, I want to hug her. And I feel bad
Yeah.
that she has to deal with Elaine.
Yeah. I think everybody feels bad that anyone has to deal with
Yeah.
Elaine. But Ben is gonna have a lot to say, just like, what in the hell is going on? Blah blah blah. Crazy stuff. Yep. Consulting with their teams, and Amber thinks that she's got one pulled off of her because she was the one that could testify about Amber being hit or struck or anything like that. And there's the law and cuck girl in the orange that shows up. Court TV girl. What was her name? The ex model. Now does, like, I think she just is a news anchor. I can't remember what her name is.
I would not give up modeling to work for Court TV. Screw that.
Well, if you could get in there while you're still attractive, I guarantee you're going to be making a hell of a lot more money than you would modeling before your looks start to fade. Get the recognition. Case like this, she's the one that shows up in this bright orange dress. Yeah, everybody. Yeah. Smash on the Court TV girl. Most definitely. Good to see you, Legendary. Glad you could make it in. Well, at least there's spooky.
You're welcome.
Nice. I thought about doing a Halloween stream tonight, but this was scary enough for me. Damn. Stray. Pathetically watched every second of this trial at least twice. Listened to every moment of audio and evidence at least twice. Oof. That's a lot. It's where she has rejected.
Okay, sure. We'll take that up. All right.
Trying to be all slick about it.
For their agreeable redactions first. So 3. All right, correct.
The parties have
Doesn't
worked
have-
out the redactions.
Okay.
I think I could be wrong.
Or is there any objections to the
I don't
exhibits?
think we've talked at all about what exhibits were coming in.
That's
could be.
music to my
I
ears.
know, I know. We didn't-
Don't be
I don't
that
think we
stole
exchanged-
Christmas.
We've just exchanged the objections for this, so.
Oh, well, in that case, I think we're handling introducing them to the extent they get introduced, and we'll
Right.
discuss any
That's
objections.
how I understand it. It would be
Okay,
more of a witness that when it.
Oh, so we're just gonna do objections as we get to them.
Yes.
That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. That works out. Okay, so we'll start it when we're at 5 o'clock. We'll see where we are and we'll find a good breaking point. Okay? All right. Are we ready for the jury then? Make sure you're ready. Okay, all right. You're ready? All right, thank you.
You ready? Ready? You ready?
Ms. Gina Duder's test. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, the court is striking Ms. Gina Duder's testimony in its entirety from the record, okay? Therefore, the court further instructs you, the jury, to disregard her testimony in its entirety. Understand? All right, thank you. All right, your next witness?
Your Honor, we call Dr. David Kipper by video designation.
All right, Dr. Kipper.
Oh boy. Bring on the Kipper.
Class, and I represent Amber Heard. Could you please provide your full name?
David Allen, ALAN, Kipper, KIPPER,
And what is your business address, Dr. Kipper?
153
Keeps like they're saying
South
Dr. Pickle.
Lasky, LASKY Drive, Beverly Hills, 90212, California.
Now you're a doctor, correct?
Yes,
And an internist?
yes.
How long have you been practicing medicine?
Since 1977.
And I noticed on your website, it says you provide concierge healthcare. What does that mean?
That means I provide health care on a retainer-based arrangement.
What do you mean by retainer-based arrangement?
Patients pay an annual fee and all services are included. And I'm available 24/7.
Now, you also practice, part of your practice is addiction treatment. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you've written a book on addiction?
Yes.
What's the title of the book?
The Addiction Solution?
And by addiction, do you mean addiction to drugs and alcohol?
Yes.
Is there any other addictions that you practice treating?
Well, there are behavioral addictions, but those are far less common.
And in your practice, you've dealt with patients who've blacked out from drugs or alcohol?
Yes.
Who is Lisa Bean?
A former employee in my office.
And what was Ms. Bean's role in your office?
She was a receptionist.
And how long did Ms. Bean work for you?
I don't have that specific information. I believe it was about 3 years.
In working with Ms. Bean, did you find her to be honest?
No, actually.
Or why was she not honest?
She was inappropriate with certain patients beyond what I consider to be professional. She discriminated in some regards to some patients. She was divisive in the office and created a lot of problems with the other staff. Oh, no, she quit.
And who is Debbie Lloyd?
Debbie Lloyd is a nurse that I have known for many years who has worked with me on home care and addiction cases.
And is Ms. Lloyd an employee or a contractor with you?
She's a contractor.
Does she still contract with you, Ms. Lloyd?
Yes, until recently. She now has a new position, so I'm not able to have her services at this point.
What was Ms. Lloyd's role in Mr. Depp's care?
She served as his RN, as his registered nurse.
And was Lloyd paid by you for Mr. Depp's care?
Yes,
So would it work that you would bill Mr. Depp for the care that you gave and Ms. Lloyd gave, and then you paid from that?
yes.
And who is Erin Borum?
She's an RN that was employed to help care for Amber.
Was Ms. Borum also a contract nurse?
Yes,
And so did Ms. Borum have any role in Mr. Depp's care?
only if Debbie was unavailable, Aaron would step in and vice versa.
And did Ms. Borum work with you on anybody else besides Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Does Ms. Ballroom still work with you?
Ms. Borum now has 2 little kids, so she's not really available.
I understand. I have 2 kids myself.
She's on medical leave.
When were you
possibly,
first contacted about treating Mr. Depp?
or stop
Somewhere in the spring
nursing.
of 2014.
And do you recall who first referred you to Mr. Depp?
He was referred by another patient.
Can't give that away.
Did you talk to Tracy Jacobs at all about Mr. Depp?
Yes,
What did you understand the business relationship was between Ms. Jacobs and Mr. Depp?
that she was his agent.
Why don't we put up, Alex, can you put up Kipper 3, please? Dr. Kipper, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is an intake evaluation that I had with Mr. Depp regarding his treatment.
And do you keep these notes in the normal course of business?
Yes,
And the notes are meant to be accurate?
yes,
And did you take the notes or did someone take them for you?
I took these notes.
Is May 22nd, 2014 the first time that you met Mr. Depp?
No,
Your Honor, when did you? Sorry, thank you. Your Honor, I would move to admit Defendant's Exhibit 220, which is what Dr. Kipper was referring to there.
Any objection to 220, defendants 220?
Yeah, they were listening to the story, not paying a whole lot of attention. I don't think you can see this because of the red line right about here. You can tell she's not wearing no bra. Shame on her. Have a little decorum, lady.
Yes, Your Honor. Foundation authentication.
All right, I'm
hearsay,
gonna switch over to my phone. I just got in my car.
403.
All right, let me catch, I
I can pause it for a little bit if you want. Make it where we get to
No,
see
you're
her.
fine.
We get to see her driving.
You
Make
good?
face camera
No, I'm
forward.
not. I'm
We
not
can
gonna show
see.
myself driving because I don't want people to know where I live
Oh
or
damn.
where I'm at.
Well,
Don't
you
want
could
to
just
dox
have it on you
myself.
and the look on your face whenever you're so like frustrated because people won't move out of the way.
Fine, I guess I could do
No, you don't have to. I'm kidding. You don't have to do that.
that.
Oh my gosh. Crazy.
can get it here, it's fine. 220.
And Your Honor, Dr. Kipper testified just now that these are his notes that he keeps in the regular course of business of his meeting with his initial consultation with Mr. Depp, which is what he does as a doctor, and and it's his medical records of his report with Mr. Depp. So I think he's established the foundation of that.
All right. Yes, sir. Any response? Mr. Moniz?
We're just having a slight technical issue pulling up the exhibit, Your Honor. I apologize.
Okay, that's
One minute.
Oh boy. Having a slight technical issue because we're lawyers and not the special ones. Overall. Sort of faces outward. Like they do this number.
Your Honor, we would stand on the hearsay and relevance objections. There's a lot of material in this document that is not really germane to the issues in this case. At minimum, and to the extent admitted, it should be admitted in redacted form. In addition, it's not clear that there's any hearsay exception that would apply to everything in here. Not everything in here is a statement of a party opponent, I don't believe. And finally, the medical records reflected here go well beyond any possible relevance to the issues in this case. It's not inappropriate. We would stand on that objection.
All the statements in here are statements of Mr. Depp, so they either be a party admission or it's use of, and it's Dr. Kipper it's his evaluation of Mr. Depp to treat him for his,
Hey, doll.
you'll see his addictions. So
How you doing? You're muted. Want me to unmute you? So we can hear you? Okay. Yay, Jess.
I was trying to get the stupid AirPods to connect to my phone because they were being dumb.
Take your time. You might have to go into the little settings there on it and tell it which device. I've had to do
Yeah.
that on my phone before.
They connected now. They're just being dumb.
Being dumb.
All right.
How was work?
Oh, the nursing home? The nursing home was fantastic. I just love it so much.
Well, whenever they show up with their walkers and they need to get their meds, all you got to do, told you, wax the floor really well. Those little tennis balls get really slick, just like speed demons.
Yeah, the
Really
last
gets them
thing I
step.
need from them is a for them to file a claim. They already want to claim shit all the time. Like we discontinued. Oh wait, I don't want to say what it is because then I'll give up where I work. We
You work in a
discontinued.
nursing home. We all know that.
Yeah, we discontinued something that we offer to people for free. And they're like, well, I'm going to go complain to the Better Business Bureau. I'm like, the business doesn't have to give you that, right? Like, it was something that we used to do as a little special for you. And you're not entitled to it, so go fuck yourself.
Yeah, look, how about a sponge bath? I mean, that's what you should tell them. How about a sponge bath? Hey, Irish, good to see you. Good to see you. So I'll go back to listening, and if you need to hide yourself, feel free.
Yeah, I might. Well, there are some areas where the internet on my phone isn't that great, so it may or may not disconnect. I'll try to get back in, but if not, then I should be home in about like 35 minutes.
An hour or two.
Hopefully. No,
30 minutes.
35 minutes, hopefully. Because if traffic is that bad, I'll purposely run people over.
Be careful. That's what
What F
Irish
is that
saying.
guy yelling at me for on the phone? I'm sock him in the face.
Well,
Dude, are you
sometimes-
gonna go or not?
Like, go, man.
God. If any of you decide to visit California, I don't recommend it, and two, the people are retarded, so they can't drive. So just keep that in mind. All right, I'm gonna mute myself.
All right.
This is all relevant. There's no hearsay. And if there is, it meets the exception. It's all Mr. Depp's statements. It's a business. They've not even argued it, but it's a business. It's clearly a business record.
It's clear from the document, Your Honor, that there's more in here. That the records here are at minimum broader than is germane to this case. I mean, this goes well beyond any medical records that could conceivably be relevant. We would respectfully submit to the issues in this case.
I understand, but given latitude as to the family history and family medical history, so I'll allow 220 in evidence. Okay.
Understood, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. I guess can we publish it to the jury?
Not if you're watching.
Oh, well, the way we've, that's fine, Your Honor. We can just have him testify and then it's fine.
Okay, that's fine.
Testify.
All right,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mhm.
Mr. Depp, prior to May 22nd, 2014.
I met him a couple months before that as just an initial introduction to discuss possible treatment.
And where were you when you first met Mr. Depp?
He met me at my home office.
And did you have any notes of that meeting at the home office?
No.
What did you discuss with Mr. Depp at that first meeting?
At that meeting, I discussed with him my involvement in helping him with his substance issues.
And what substance issues did he say he had?
So to answer your question, Mr. Depp was seeking treatment for substance abuse and wanted to wanted to detoxify from his substance abuse.
Did Mr. Depp say what substances he was trying to detox from?
Yes, and as indicated in this note, it was polysubstance, so there was alcohol, opiates, benzodiazepines, and stimulants.
So you referenced the note, which is Kipper 3. In your meeting with Mr. Depp in the months before May 22nd, 2014, Mr. Depp was looking to detox from alcohol, opiates, benzo, and cocaine.
Those substances were in his history. The substance that he was at that point concerned about and abusing were opiates.
And when you say he was concerned about the substance he was abusing was opiates, was this in the conversation before May 22nd, 2014?
I can't remember specifically.
So you had this initial conversation with Mr. Depp, and then you had this initial consultation with him a few months later. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you met with Mr. Depp in Boston,
Yes,
and Mr. Depp was filming a movie at the time.
yes,
And in your notes, you say he had history of self-medicating behaviors involving multiple substances of abuse. These include alcohol, opiates, benzodiazepines, and stimulants, cocaine. Is that accurate? What he told you?
yes. That's in my that statement's in my notes. Correct.
And in addition to opiates, was Mr. Depp addicted to any other prescription drugs?
No, other than opiates, no.
What is roxicodone?
It's an opiate.
And what is Adderall?
Adderall is a stimulant.
And was Mr. Depp addicted to Adderall?
No.
What is Xanax?
Xanax is a benzodiazepine.
This first paragraph on this page, these are notes based off of your discussion with Mr. Depp.
Yes.
And then on the second page where it says physical examination, that's just what you conducted at the time on Mr. Depp.
Yes.
And where it says impression on the third page, that was your impression of Mr. Depp at the time of May 22nd, 2014?
Yes.
And
Hey, Nikki, good to see you. And of course, Mimsy, good to see you also. And hey, this way up. Good to see all of you. And I've already said hi to Irish and everybody else.
under that, the plan, that's documenting your plan for Mr. Depp going forward?
Correct.
Did Mr. Depp paid for this visit?
Yes.
When was the plan to start this treatment of Mr. Depp?
After he completed his current film.
Dr. Kipper, do you recognize Kipper Exhibit 4?
Yes.
And what is Kipper Exhibit 4?
It's a progress note of dated.
It's the one after Kipper
14,
number
2014.
3, 2.
And did you keep these notes in the normal course of business?
Yes.
That's not
And did you
her.
take these notes?
She's not texting.
Yes.
And the notes are meant to be
She's
accurate,
got
correct?
special
And
buttons.
before Kipper number 5.
What is you had mentioned
Yes.
it before, but what
Pause the
is
video.
polysubstance abuse?
Your Honor,
Poly is multiple.
you can pause. Thank you.
It takes a second for it to catch up.
No,
so-
I understand.
I see.
Thank you. Your Honor, I move to the
I'm
admission
not
of the defendant's
texting.
exhibit 246.
I can't leave the StreamYard thing, or else it's gonna
Wait.
connect.
Don't worry about it. Don't you worry about it at all.
Yeah, I'm not texting. I don't text while I drive because I mean sometimes I'll pop into people's chat, but I usually use voice to text.
Yeah.
But I can't do that here, so
Sorry. And she's not flipping you off. She's giving you a big thumbs up. She wants you to be safe.
And it's the same type of medical record that was just admitted of for 220.
Any objection? I'll give you a moment to read it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just one moment.
Mm. Appreciate that, honey girl. Fred's already gone home and on the road. It's good to know.
Understanding your honor's ruling on the last record, I think we'll anticipate that the exhibit can come in.
So I will take that as no objection. All right, 246 in evidence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Multiple substance issues, multiple substance abuse.
And you were going to be treating Mr. Depp for multi-substance abuse, correct?
I was going to be treating Mr. Depp for opiate issues.
On the bottom of the first page where it says impression, that was your impression of Mr. Depp at the time? Where it says polysubstance abuse?
Yes,
And were these the drugs that Mr. Depp was taking at the time, which is at the bottom of page 1 of Kipper 4?
I'm sorry, am I relating to the first entry under impression?
It says, what does it mean where it says dopaminergic imbalance with lithium 300 mg bid to be increased to 300 mg?
Oh, wow. Dude, no fun. Good evening from Gary, Indiana. Not the best place on earth. Also, it's 33 degrees Fahrenheit and it snowed today. Sorry to hear that, T-Rex. Be careful on those roads, brother.
MGTID.
Those were medications that I had planned to use upon our treatment.
For all the
Good to see you,
medications that are
Shane.
on Kipper 4 under impression, those are medications you plan to use with Mr. Depp, is that correct?
That's correct.
And on the next page where it talks about opiate dependence, right, we'll maintain on current Norco dosage TID until current filming is completed in mid to late July. Mr. Depp agrees to undergo detoxification with clonidine, robaxin, bentyl, and anxiolytics. I can't pronounce it, I'm sorry. But is that correct?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you did a
that
good job.
too.
That's
It's to confuse attorneys and
What does TID mean?
make it difficult for you.
You see where it says
3 times a day.
okay. And Mr. Depp was also going to undergo a sobriety program, is that correct?
Yes.
And it says to be regularly drug tested in my office. How regularly was he to be drug tested?
Sobriety program, I drink to
was
that.
dependent upon his progress and my understanding of how he was doing.
And if he was progressing well, how often would Mr. Depp be drug tested? Okay, you can answer.
The answer is what I said.
I mean, she's showing him something on a phone. This is important because I think what she's showing him on the phone has to do with that person that's sitting in the room right now. It's going to get thrown out. So they're busy. They're busy working. That's the good part about having a team of attorneys. They can do a lot of stuff all at once. That's
It
beautiful.
would really depend, Adam, on how he was doing at the time and how he was progressing through his treatment.
Do you recall how many drug tests you gave Mr. Depp in 2014?
No.
You gave him at least one, correct?
Yes, I believe so. I'd have to check through my records.
Okay. And Deborah Lloyd was going to be Mr. Depp's nurse, correct?
Correct.
You can take down Kipper 4. And can you put up Kipper 5, please?
And Your Honor, we would move into evidence Plaintiff Exhibit 40.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 40. Is there any objection?
So my understanding, you're putting in, you want to move in the entire document?
We have redacted portions of it. Yeah.
And they just cannot get their crap together. These attorneys, they're so busy, like scrambling for stuff. You'd think they'd have their stuff together as they come in and have all those exhibits ready to go. It's called trial prep. Man.
Your Honor, I would just have to look to make, I'm generally okay with it. I'd have to, with 123 pages, and then there's certain redactions. I just would need to see
All right.
what was redacted. I'm
Right.
generally okay with.
All right,
submitting the documents.
so I'll enter it, but with the reservation for redactions that need to be made, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
We can do that. All right, that's fine. 40.
She looks like a Fraulein today. She always looks like some militant.
Thinking of publishing it, but I would
person
ask that they not publish
every
it.
time
Just
Amber shows
let the
up.
Video play
She just
as
looks
it testifies to it, and
militant.
then we can discuss what needs to be.
Is that okay?
Given the lack of agreement, confirmed agreement on the redactions, Your Honor, I think that's
Okay,
fine. We should just
sure.
play the video.
Do that.
Thank you.
Camille's ready to lose her
And
crap right
Paper
now.
5 is a long document, came out of your files. Do you recognize the document?
Yes,
What is Kipper 5?
it's a progress note dated.
Number 5 is the
12th of
one
June,
before 6 and
2014.
after 4.
So this exhibit, Kipper 5, which I will refer to throughout the your deposition, is a multi-page document that is progress notes throughout from multiple dates that that came out of your files.
Good to see a sage warrior.
Do you know who created these progress notes?
Good to
I
see you.
created these progress notes.
It wasn't Miss Lloyd.
No, these are my notes.
Okay. All right. And you kept the notes in the normal course of business.
Yes,
And again, the notes are meant to be accurate.
yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's go back up. So the 6/13/14, that is your notes.
Correct.
Okay. And it says, met with patient in his apartment. Patient continues to be pleasant and cooperative. He stated that he initially started taking opiates after some dental work and became dependent on them. Do you recall that conversation with Mr. Depp?
Yes, those are my notes.
Okay. And it's also accurate that patient is fearful of coming off of opiates, but knows what he needs to do.
Yes, that reflects the conversation I had.
Okay. And then patient also expressed some emotional trauma, which causes him depression and anxiety.
Also true.
And if we go to Kipper 54 of Kipper Exhibit 5, these are the medications that Mr. Depp's assistant gave to you.
Correct.
And going down is accurate where it states that patient states he currently takes oxycodone 50 mg BID and oxycodone 30 mg at bedtime.
Yes, that's correct.
All right.
You all
Scroll down a
understand,
bit here.
Jessica. We got you covered.
And we're going to go to Kipper 60 on Kipper Exhibit 5, the notes for 6/22/14. This is again a note that you prepared. Is this a note that you prepared, Dr. Kipper?
I'm reviewing this.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, let me read, butthead.
Yes.
Okay.
Gosh.
And you see where it says in the middle, patient spoke about his difficult childhood and current mood swings.
Yes.
What did Mr. Depp tell you about his mood swings?
That he had evanescent changes in his mood from good to bad.
And did he give any more information about what a bad mood would be?
No, it was implied that would be depression, sadness.
About anger?
That was not. I don't remember him saying that.
And this note also said that he'd been depressed for the past 3 days. Right above where we just looked.
Yeah, if you're on some sort of opiates, I imagine you're going to be
Yes.
a little depressed. Mix in a
And
little bit of
Alex, keep this up,
alcohol.
but put out Kipper Exhibit 6, please.
bad childhood, I would become depressed too.
Your Honor, we would move into
Trying to get
evidence,
off opiates.
Depp Exhibit 42.
42. Any objection to 42?
And this is another redacted document, counsel.
So mine's not redacted yet, correct?
We have a redacted copy, which we can provide. Also, I believe this is unobjected to on our exhibit list.
So pending redaction.
Well, I have, the copy we had didn't have redactions, so I'm not sure.
Looks like our nipple is getting
Non-redacted,
further
I'm
and
happy to have
further
it
out.
included, but I would need to see the redactions.
Well, I'll reserve on redactions then, as we did with 40. Okay, so 42 in with redaction
Understood, Your Honor.
decisions. Okay.
Ah, Jesus. Yeah, they'll present these documents later, but they can't show them right now because they've got to approve the redactions on them. So the jury won't be presented the unredacted copies, which they were.
And Dr.
They
Kipper,
would
do you
have-
recognize Kipper Exhibit
And
6?
I think they're intentionally doing that.
What is it?
Could be wrong, but I think they're intentionally doing having this paperwork without the redactions because they're hoping that they can get one through so the jury can see whatever paperwork isn't redacted, because it would shine a bad light on, the type of person that this guy is. It might prejudice the jury, and or it might give away information like phone numbers, email addresses, things like that. So they can't present this kind of stuff to the jury. That would be bad.
It's a summary of the treatment and encounter with Mr. Depp from June 22nd to June 24th of 2014.
And you keep these notes in the normal course of business, correct?
Yes.
And again, they're meant to be accurate, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And these notes reflect that you saw Mr. Depp in Boston again?
Correct.
God, I hope it was Boston.
And in the second paragraph, you write, we discussed the need for compliance with his medications. We also discussed his nicotine habit and agreed we would address this when we completed the opiate and benzo detoxification. Mr. Depp's filming will be completed around mid-July, and we discussed the planned detoxification. Mr. Depp prefers to do this in his home in the Caribbean islands. The anticipated duration is between 10 to 14 days, and he will be completely isolated without any professional or personal obligations. Does this reflect the discussion you had with Mr. Depp?
Yes, it does.
See, this is, I'm quite impressed that somebody realized that they had a problem. And instead of, doing the self-medication route or getting really deep into it, he decides to seek medical attention, medical help, and get the advice of a person before he, so he can get all cleaned up and be, good to go. Realizing that he has a problem is the first step, and he took that first step, got him. Sounds like he's doing the right thing, getting himself some help, making it, being able to isolate away from everybody, so he's not tempted to get his fix. So that's a good way of getting a nice solid vacation without like being committed. Pretty smart.
And you also discussed that Mr. Depp understands that a nurse, Debbie Lloyd, will assist me with this program, and I will initiate this withdrawal and supervise daily, visiting him at the end of his treatment to design the next steps in his therapy. And this protracted therapy will include a 12-step private counseling and personal psychotherapy and couples therapy with his fiance, Amber. Both are in agreement to this plan. Does that reflect the conversation you had with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And was Ms. Heard at this conversation as well?
I don't remember, but the last sentence implies that both were in agreement. So it's very possible that she was, but I honestly can't remember.
And during this detoxification, who is going to be with Mr. Depp at his home in the Caribbean islands?
His fiance, Amber, and the nurse, Debbie Lloyd, and whatever staff members he had.
Where was Miss Lloyd going to be each day in the Caribbean islands?
She was going to be on his property in a separate area.
And who was administering the medications to Mr. Depp?
Ms. Lloyd was giving these medications and supervising that, and there were periods of time at night, during the evening, early morning, that Ms. Heard was also helping with this.
And would there be times where Ms. Heard was administering the medications to Mr. Depp without Ms. Lloyd being present?
Correct. Under supervision, but without being present.
Dr. Kipper, I go back and forth thinking he's odd and he's simply smart enough to protect his patients, specifically JD. Strange dude, this one. Well, doctors have to be very careful what kind of information they give out about a patient. Some of those things are not relevant to this case whatsoever. So he might sound like he's a little strange and a little odd, but he has to be careful what he says, just for that reason.
And when you say under supervision, what do you mean by that?
That Ms. Lloyd would give Ms. Heard the direction on how to provide these medications.
It wasn't necessarily going to be physically present there when the medications were delivered to Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Depp admitted to you that there may be traces of cocaine since he'd been abusing the substance prior to the initiation of this program, correct? Is this note correct, what you write here in Kipper 6, that Mr. Depp admitted there may be traces of cocaine?
Yes.
Okay, can you, let's just go back to Exhibit 5. And if we go to
If you guys haven't done so, reach down and hit the like button. Go over to mine and hit the like button. Go over to Jessica.
you see the note of 6/24/14 at 1200.
Thumbs up. Helps out with the
Is
algorithm.
1200 the time?
I always forget to do it whenever I jump in
And
the stream
are these
myself. So
your notes again?
These are my notes.
Dr. Kipper, these 18 pages came from your production.
yeah, he
And
is a little
I'll
weird.
represent to
I
you that
agree.
there were no drug tests that I saw for 2014 or 2015 for Mr. Depp. You know why that is?
The only thing the answer is no. I don't understand that.
Well, and also he's, when on it, it's more about just being a friend, being a doctor in his position, where he's got multiple patients. He could be seeing a bunch of A-list actors, because he's usually a by reference kind of doctor only. Like, I wouldn't be able to afford him, just because the level of confidentiality. So you're a little bit paying for that confidentiality. You don't want to tarnish your reputation by having people think that if they come and see you, if they get called into court over some random stuff, that you're going to disclose every single thing about their medical history. Especially if there was something in their past that, they don't want somebody to know about, but it would be helpful for a doctor to know. And that's why he's being a little cagey on it. It does seem weird. Money. Yep.
We had a flood in our office in 2014 October. The office above us flooded our office and the basement, which is where we kept certain records. But I'm not sure which records relating to Mr. Depp would have been involved in that. But other than that, no.
Would drug tests for Mr. Depp for 2014 and 2015, would those also be kept electronically?
No.
Who did you work with to conduct the drug tests of Mr. Depp?
Yes, I ordered the drug test.
And what company did you work with?
It appears that it's MD Lab. That's the lab we use.
And the drug tests that we do have, they came from your files, correct?
Correct.
And they're meant to be accurate, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that drug tests that you took of Mr. Depp in the 2016 through 2019 period showed Mr. Depp testing positive for cocaine, correct? Drug test showed Mr. Depp being positive for cocaine, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And for THC, Mr. Depp was also positive for THC, correct?
Correct.
And for benzo, is that correct?
The answer would be yes. I'm looking for benzo. The answer would be correct because he was maintained on benzodiazepines.
Okay. And how long was Mr. Depp on benzodiazepine?
He was on benzodiazepines pretty much throughout our relationship during this period of time.
Good to see Jackpot Springs. Say hello, Jessica. She is listening, but she's not able to be on StreamYard. But she's listening. So say hello to Jess also.
Was it one of the objectives to get him off of benzodiazepine?
It was, and we actually used a medication to accomplish that initially, but he didn't tolerate that medication very well. Not everyone does. So he was put back on his benzos.
On page 3 of Exhibit 7, what's being shown here under where it starts with cocaine metabolites?
This is a listing of substances with reference ranges. And I think if you scroll down, you'll see his specific analysis related to that.
And on page 4, Robert Wells was a name for Mr. Depp, is that correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And this is a drug test for 11/21/16, correct?
Yes.
And what is it showing Mr. Depp positive for? What drug?
Positive for cocaine, amphetamines, and benzodiazepines.
And on page 5, this is a drug test for November 21st, 2016, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it's showing, what drugs is it showing Mr. Depp was positive for?
It shows cocaine, benzodiazepine, cannabinoids, and amphetamines.
Love is the drug I'm thinking of.
And again, you did take, drug tests were taken of Mr. Depp in 2014 and 2015, correct?
Correct.
Now, you had mentioned before, and the note said that the plan was for Mr. Depp to detox on his island in the Bahamas. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. And were you going to be going to the island at any point? Were you planning to?
Yes.
Was it going to be throughout Mr. Depp's entire detoxification, or when were you planning on being at the island?
I was planning to see him and did see him towards the beginning as we initiated treatment, and towards the end when we were transitioning from that treatment into the next phase of his treatment.
Now, on 8/14, it says, arrived on island today. Plan is for patient to continue to take routine meds through tomorrow at HS. At that time, he will not take his oxycodone, and detox medications will be initiated. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Is that you arriving at the island, or Miss Lloyd arriving at the island?
That's Miss Lloyd.
So that 8/14 note is her note, correct?
Give me a thumbs up.
Some of these notes are
wherever
hers and
want
some
me
of
to
these
bring
notes are
you in
yours.
there.
These notes going forward are her notes, appear to be her notes.
Okay. What type of
If you want to, just give a
system were you
thumbs
putting
up.
these notes into?
Just do this.
I don't understand your question.
The notes just appear to
next to
be
your head.
continuous, and you said
I'll
some of
bring it
your notes and some are her notes. I'm trying to understand how they got cut together.
Because I put all of his treatment notes together to be in one place.
Would Miss Lloyd type these notes, or were they handwritten?
Well, she's here.
She would type
She's
these
listening
notes.
in the back room.
And then who put them all together?
Be just fine.
I did.
Okay. You see 8/9/14, patient expressed fears of never feeling normal without his drugs. See that?
I see that.
Was that, did Mr. Depp ever express that to you?
Yes, in some form, he discussed that with me.
Mm-hmm. if I'm not mistaken, he was the one there whenever he got
Hold on a second.
his nubbin taken off,
Sorry.
where he ended up becoming like he had the whole shocker going on.
You see at Kipper 71, where it says MD's flight has been canceled. Arrangements are being made for him to arrive on the island on 8/12/14.
Yes, I see that.
Okay, so is it accurate that you arrived at Mr. Depp's island on August 12th, 2014?
Okay, I can do that.
Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
Did you go to assess Mr. Depp on August 15th, 2014, according to these notes?
That's correct.
And by the way, fiance is misheard in these notes, correct?
Yes,
And patient is Mr. Depp, correct?
correct.
Yes.
And this is a Kipper 77 on Kipper 5. Text from fiance, the patient is upset and irritable. MD and RN went to assess the patient. Is that accurate that you came to see Mr. Depp at 1 o'clock in the morning?
Yes,
And after receiving a text from Ms. Heard?
correct.
And Mr. Depp, the note says he being Mr. Depp, states he had a fight with fiance and is questioning whether or not he can emotionally and physically handle detox. Do you recall this conversation?
I can't remember that conversation, but I do know that he was struggling at that point.
And how was he struggling?
Again, he was frustrated. He was uncomfortable physically.
Dr. Kipper, this is a email. Well, do you recognize this document?
I do.
And what is Kipper 8?
Welcome back,
This is an email
Jeff.
that I sent
Welcome
to
back.
his sister, Christy.
Thank you. Thank
Christy
you.
Dombrowski is Mr. Depp's sister.
Correct.
And you sent this email to Ms. Dombrowski
Johnny
on August
Depp's
18th
still
at 7:54 a.m., correct?
Correct.
This email was shortly after you had met with Mr. Depp in the note we just discussed, correct? Oh, 7:54 Pacific. So it was sometime in the morning in the Bahamas, correct?
I guess I don't have that calculator in front of me.
It's either 3 or 4 hours ahead. So it's either 10:54, maybe it's 11:54 in the morning.
Correct. I guess that's right. I mean, I assume that's right.
Okay. And you wrote this, and why did you write this email to Ms. Dombrowski?
That's right. It was something
We were
like that.
planning to transition back to Los Angeles. We had completed the initial phase of his detoxification, and I wanted to update her as to my impressions on how he was doing and how we would proceed going forward.
And you wrote this to Ms. Dombrowski because you were concerned about Mr. Depp, is that correct?
I wrote this so that she was aware of where we were in the process of his treatment.
And you wrote this after he had an incident with Ms. Heard, correct?
I did not witness the incident. I wrote this after we were called to see him because there was an alleged incident, but he clearly was uncomfortable at that time when we came to see him. And again, we were getting ready to transition off of the island, and I wanted Chrissy to have a clear understanding of where we were at that time.
Can we pause? I was going to move for
And
the,
then at 12:30,
thank you. I was going to move for the admission of defendant's exhibit 268.
268.
I hate video depositions.
And Your Honor,
Just-
we're going to have a
oh.
substantial hearsay and speculation objection to this exhibit. This is a communication from Dr. Kipper to a third party. It's hearsay
Uh-huh.
from start to finish and not within any exception, to say nothing of the fact that it contains speculation.
I think there's certain hearsay in the first paragraph and in the third on the second page, but the rest of it is Dr. Kipper's impressions of Mr. Depp.
It's an out-of-court statement offered for truth, Your Honor. It's
All right.
hearsay.
I'm going to sustain as a hearsay. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
you and Ms. Lloyd met with Mr. Depp.
Yes, according to these notes, yes.
And do you know, was this now in the Bahamas or was this back in Los Angeles?
I need to go back to the date, not the time. Can you scroll up? Thank you.
8/20/14.
And I'm just looking at my calendar. Yes, we were now back in Los Angeles.
And in the notes on 12:30 on August 20th, Mr. Depp stated he was done with the process and no longer wanted MD and RN services. You see that?
Yes.
You recall Mr. Depp telling you that?
Yeah.
And you recall Mr. Depp saying that there was tension between him and Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Was the plan for
Yeah,
Ms.
I
Heard to take a
suppose
few days for
throwing a
herself?
bottle at my hand would be issues.
And Mr. Depp is it true that Mr. Depp wanted to stop taking all the medications you were providing him?
Yeah.
Yes, that's reflected in this note.
What addicts tend to do.
Now you mentioned you had, you did text with Mr. Depp on occasion, correct?
I believe so, but I really can't remember any specific time or message that I sent to him.
Dr.
Yeah, the
Kipper,
Depp's always the worst
Mr. Depp
part.
has produced a number of texts in this litigation between you and him, and they're in this chart here. And we're not going to go through all of them, I promise you. But I want to ask you about a few of them, and we'll do this kind of throughout the deposition. Scott, I have control here.
Mhm. Oh, chat, everybody. T-Rex has a question for you. Should I make steak and eggs for dinner or get Taco Bell? Well, if you have time, do the steak and eggs. If you don't have time, then get your Taco Bell and scarf it down as quick as possible. That's my suggestion, but hey, it's always up to you guys. Oh.
I mean, if he has Taco Bell, he's gonna get the runs. Is that
Yeah.
really worth it while you're on the road?
Well, I mean, just depends. Get it? Just depends. Guess I sort of went over a lot of people's heads there.
Okay. And
Sure, you don't.
on 8/21/2014, it says Dr. David Kipper. This 310 phone number, was that your phone number at the time?
Yes.
And this is a text from you that says to Mr. Depp, it says, glad you're better today. Respect you as much as I love you. You're impossible not to love, but an easier job not to respect. You're making my job a pleasure and honor and a few sleepless nights. Stop firing me. I know what I'm doing. You recall sending that text to Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Okay. How long had you been working with Mr. Depp at this point? As of August 21st, 2014.
And can you define by working with him? Are you talking about specifically the detox, or are you talking about our initial meeting?
Well, even if
Can
you
you
go with the
pause it for
initial
1
meeting,
second?
how many months?
Your Honor, as I mentioned in the deposition, Defendant's Exhibit 1063 is a long
Guess I
list
gotta
of text
cook.
messages between Dr. Kipper and
Bug.
Mr. Depp, a number of which are going to be testified to today or Monday. And I would just ask that the ones that they testify to.
Hello, my fine feathered friend. It's over in the land that doesn't exist, but Chris Mullen does. Good to see you. Glad that you could make it. Steak and eggs to save your intestines. See, everybody agrees. Steak and eggs, Taco Bell, no good. And he says, okay. Gotta get the cooking stuff set up. Yeah. Take your time, brother. Take your time. We're gonna be here for a while.
We would provide in a redacted form, which would just be the text that they're testifying to. And it would be for a number throughout. I can get up each time, but I was hoping I wouldn't have to do that.
Your Honor, I think a hearsay objection. It's a text by text issue,
Weird.
whether it falls within any exception. So we're not going to be able to agree that the entire document comes in. It's possible that some may come in, but I think that's maybe something that needs to be worked out between counsel
Right.
Afterwards.
So we can reserve it. He's still going to testify too, because we've already.
Right, I mean,
Understood, Your Honor. The testimony can come in, but that doesn't mean the document itself is admissible.
I can reserve it on 1063 and we can figure out the
Thank you,
redactions,
Your
okay?
Honor.
I can.
So about 4 months.
Okay. And you write, stop firing me. In that 4 months, how many times did Mr. Depp try to fire you?
I believe that was the first time.
Oh, nice.
And again,
Everybody's snacking up right now.
Proceed and not wanting our
Go
help.
for it.
This is actually, I'm
Okay.
sorry, this is the second time, because the first time was on the island, just as we were getting ready to leave, that he did not want to proceed. He didn't think he could do it. That changed after a conversation. He was back on board. And this came from, I think, followed that incident that we just referred to in the notes, where we were asked to come and visit with them, and where he didn't want to proceed. And again, at the end of that visit, he was back on board.
Oh, that sounds really good. It's for you. It's bacon and poached eggs on sourdough. And if you take a little bit of like garlic chives and sprinkle it across the top of that, oof, yeah, that's gonna be some good stuff right there. Hmm.
That sounds delicious.
It is.
Okay. Now, on August 24th, 2014, shows a text when it shows him, that's Mr. Depp, to you, David Kipper. And Mr. Depp wrote, forgot to tell you, had a hopefully very positive and free of ego squawk with Amber last night that went very well, ... And then I shot a few Negroes in a club on Sunset Boulevard. So far, so good, ... Do you recall this text from Mr. Depp?
Oh, I just about spit my drink. I forgot that he said that. Dr. Kipper just has this stone cold look on his face. Like, yes, love it.
That?
No.
Okay. Was that Mr. Depp's typical language?
Again, I don't recall this specific email, so that may have been an attempt at humor.
Dr. Kipper, Kipper 10 is, and do you recognize this document?
No, but I'm
No.
looking at it.
Let me ask you this. Do you recall if arrowsarc@icloud.com is Ms. Heard's email address?
I assume that by looking at this document.
Exhibit 5 at Kipper 101 at 9/22/14 at 1:25. You see it says, Aaron received text from patient stating that he had been in an argument with fiance and she had a quote nasty freak out and would like nurse to give him some quote some fucking knockout yum yum. RN instructed patient to take PRN Nuritin 300 mg, PRN and Seroquel 50 mg, and that RN was on her way. You see that?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, there you go. Some filet mignon with mashed potatoes and baby asparagus is yours tonight. I did Mississippi pot roast with mashed potatoes and gravy poured over the top of it. And tomorrow I'll be doing the same thing except rice. And then the next day I will be in the mountains. Love it.
And this is a note from Ms. Lloyd?
Correct.
Okay. And then it says at 3:30, upon arriving at the home, patient was sitting in kitchen with scraped and bloody knuckles on our hand, meaning his right hand, correct?
Correct.
Patient stated he punched whiteboard in kitchen after fight. Patient stated he'd been texting his friend explaining why he didn't show up to play music, and fiance got upset he was not giving her enough support, and the fight escalated from there. Called the MD at 1:45 and instructed to give a stat order of MD and 10 mg to help patient get to sleep as he has an early work day.
Yeah, you want asparagus? I understand. Good luck. That's all I can say. In the mountains? Yes. Well, it's actually not going to be much colder there than it is here. Maybe a couple of degrees colder, but it'll be nice. And I'll be doing that, leaving there. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And I should be back on Sunday, but I don't know what time. So I've got my wife wants to watch the leaves change. So she wants to get a good view from a mountain cabin in the woods. So she got an Airbnb. Hooray.
Do you recall Ms. Lloyd telling you about her visiting Mr. Depp and him having bloody knuckles and a scraped hand?
Specifics, I'm reading the note you're reading, and yes, I remember there was an incident.
And an incident where Mr. Depp had had scrapes and bloody knuckles on his hand?
As indicated in the note, yes. I did not see bloody knuckles. I did not see a punch board. This was a communication that I received through the notes from Ms. Lloyd.
So that's the
Do you
hearsay
recall
they're
if you had
talking about.
it does say you recall. Do you recall if you had a conversation with Ms. Lloyd about?
Yes, I recall having spoken about there had been an incident. I don't recall the specifics of that conversation.
Okay. On Kipper 5 at 10, at the date of 10/14, just to show you there, which is on Kipper 110 of Kipper 5, and then going down to 1930, it says patient finished filming and was extremely agitated leaving the set. Patient kicked in the door of his trailer and refused to speak to director. Patient was verbally aggressive to another person on the set for no apparent reason. Per MD, patient is to take Xanax 2 milligrams to reduce his agitation at this time. You recall that, Dr. Kipper?
I do remember this entry, yes.
And you remember being told that Mr. Depp kicked in a door of his trailer and refused to speak to his director, correct?
I don't remember the specifics, but I do remember there was some disagreement between Mr. Depp and the director.
And where it says per MD, patient is to take Xanax 2 milligrams to reduce his agitation at this time. Is that an increase of Xanax that he was to receive?
Yes.
And you see at 10:15 at 6:45, it says patient awake and states he slept from 2200 to 4:30. Patient continues to be agitated about work and is verbalizing having desires to escape with drugs. Do you recall seeing this note?
Yes.
And do you recall Ms. Lloyd telling you this about Mr. Depp?
I don't remember if she told me that he wanted to use, but I do remember her telling me that he was upset.
And is that reflected in the note of 8:45? MD informed patient state of mind and continued agitated. He's on his way to assess patient. Is this accurate?
Can you show me that note?
Yeah, right under, right here, 8:45.
Oh, okay.
The note's accurate that MD informed of patient's state of mind and continued agitated. He's on his way to assess patient.
Yes.
And then at 12:30, as patient had fallen asleep and is now awake talking with MD, it has been decided patient is under too much stress as it would be best for him to stay home and rest today. You see that?
Yes.
You recall having a conversation with Mr. Depp about his stress?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall anything that Mr. Depp told you? You can ask.
I remember he was very upset. I don't remember the specifics of that conversation, but I remember he was upset.
And how was Mr. Depp displaying that he was very upset?
He expressed himself very well that he and the director had some misunderstanding and that he was upset about it.
Was Mr. Depp yelling?
No.
Was he doing anything to display his being upset other than his words?
Just his words.
You don't doubt the accuracy of this note, though, do you?
I can say that the note was written and I believe it was good reporting. I trusted my nurses that they would report what they were told. Not for the opiates.
Not for the opiates, is that what you said?
Correct.
Positive for cocaine, for instance?
Yes.
Now, on November 17th, 2014, in 2014, Mr. Depp texted you and said, I have been to see Amber downtown. Yeah, interesting to say the least. Wow. Anyway, I'm still awake and don't foresee slumber arriving anytime soon to this broken instrument of a squash situated atop my shoulders. I would love to speak whenever you get a minute, dear David. Though honestly, if I were you, Debbie and or Aaron, I would, capital letters, run for the fucking hills, 3 exclamation points. I love you, Doc, ... Cannot thank you enough for all you've done, not only for me and my 4 pack of wolves and my sweet, capital letters, fucking brave Mikey, ... These are the things that remind us that life should be a fucking gas. I'm waist deep in big muddy here, ... Hit me when you're drunk, ... It'll be far less boring. Love you long time, brother, ... And of course, the beautiful and luminous Chanel, ... And by now, 8'6" Sam, exclamation points. Mucho, mucho, ... From those of us who are not as others, ex JD. You recall this text from Mr. Depp?
No, I don't. But clearly I see that I received that text.
Alex, can you put up Kipper 13, please?
Ooh, I had to get up, start moving about a little bit. Huh. Needed to move. Needed to flex. Hate the video depositions. So much
Do you
fun.
recognize, Dr. Kipper, this email chain between you and Colin Cowan?
I don't remember it, but I'm refreshing myself with what you're showing me.
Who
Refreshing.
is Colin Cowan?
He's a psychologist that I had referred Amber to see.
Is there any, Dr. Kipper, are there any ethical rules to report reports of violence if you were to be told of violence?
If I were to see the
Hello. What miss? You missed absolutely nothing. They're just talking about is Johnny's drug addiction with Dr. Kipper. And they've pretty much managed to show that, you know, he was working out an addiction that he had and getting that taken care of, that he's taken and gotten him is working on himself, and clearly, you know, the freeing himself from the addiction is not working. Oh, look at that tail. Look at the puppers. Run, puppers, run. But clearly it's not working. And he, you know, the addiction that he's got are to some pretty nasty drugs. And once he kicks that stuff, it might be a little more chill. And I think a lot of his frustration is just probably, I would imagine, at himself for, you know, letting something take hold of him, knowing that he's got a problem and wanting to get it taken care of. And it's not, you know, there isn't a pill to fix it. Like there was a pill to fix whatever was happening, or he thought there was. Getting off those drugs is going to be a lot harder than it was to get on them. So that's really about all that you missed. Nothing much more than that.
violence, I would be obligated to make some
Well, other
reporting.
than
I never saw any.
other than what's her name? The his friend's wife, Steve's wife, got booted out. That the cell phone that showed that she was supposedly texting, that happened too.
Violence.
And you didn't report either Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard, correct? Because you didn't see, your testimony is you didn't see any violence between from Ms. Heard or Heard to Mr. Depp, correct?
We never saw violence between the two of them.
Okay. You heard reports, but you never saw it as your testimony.
Correct.
Dr. Kipper, do you recognize Kipper 14, which it looks like is an email between you and Alan Blaustein?
Yes, I recognize this.
Okay. And who is Alan Blaustein?
Alan Blaustein is the psychiatrist that I referred Mr. Depp to.
And when you wrote this email as of March 1st, 2015, was it your understanding that Mr. Depp was in Australia at the time?
Yes.
Can I zoom in on him?
Sure.
Puppers. Look at the pupper. Oh, everybody's got to say hi. Hi, Angel. Hi, Angel. Angel's looking just as dapper as always. That's awesome. That is so cute. So cute. Don't know how that dog gets so much attention. Don't know how it happens.
Just a baby.
At some point, you flew to Australia. Is that correct? In this March 2015 timeframe?
Yes.
Was that were you always planning to fly to Australia to visit with Mr. Depp in March of 2015?
No, I hadn't planned on it.
What made you fly to Australia?
I would imagine.
He had wanted to see me. He had just wanted to check in. He wanted my company at that point.
He being Johnny Depp.
Yes.
Do you know when you arrived in Australia?
No, I don't. I can't.
No, but I'm sure you'll tell me.
Ms. Lloyd had gone with Mr. Depp to Australia?
Yes.
She wasn't staying with Mr. Depp, correct?
No, she was not.
You know how far away Miss Lloyd was from Mr. Depp in terms of time to get from where she was staying to Mr. Depp's house?
I would guesstimate somewhere between 20 minutes to 30 minutes.
And when you went to Australia, how far away were you from Mr. Depp?
Like
In terms
a
of
couple
time?
minutes.
Exactly the same.
Were you and Miss Lloyd in the same hotel?
Yes.
Were you in the same room? Were you in the same bed? Is she a dirty little?
Actually, that isn't true. I was in a hotel around the corner from where the nurses were staying.
And in Kipper 5 at Kipper 157, you see this note for 3/7/15 at 11:30. 11:30, it says, MD received a text message from client that he had been arguing with wife and that he had cut his finger. According to patient, his assistant and security were on their way to pick him up. You see that?
Yes,
And
Yeah.
whose note is this?
that would be from Miss Lloyd.
Okay. And is this note accurate?
Yes, it's accurate.
Now going back to Kipper 9, wait a moment. At Kipper 7, at Depp 7790, there shows a text from Mr. Depp to you on March 7th, 2015, at 5 p.m. And it says, hi, fucked man, had another one. I cannot live like this. She is as full of shit as a Christmas goose. I'm done. No more, all capital letters, 3 exclamation points. The constant insults, the demeaning, belittling, most heartbreaking spew that is only released from a malicious, evil, and vindictive cunt, 5 exclamation points. But you know what? 2 question marks, capital letters, far more hurtful than her venomous and degrading, endless, quote, educational ranting, ... 3 question marks. It's her hideously and purposefully hurtful tirades and her goddamn shocking treatment of the man she was meant to love above all, ... Here's the real deal, mate, ... Her obsession with herself, 2 question marks. It is far more important, ... She is, capital letters, so fucking ambitious, 3 exclamation points. She's so desperate for success and fame, ... That's probably why I was acquired, mate, ... 2 exclamation points. Although she
Damn.
has capitalized, hammered me with what a sad old man has been I am, 3 dots. Cowan has done me the most cruel of favors, ... I'm so very sad, ... I cut the top of my middle finger off, ... What should I do? Exclamation point, 2 question marks. Except, of course, go to a hospital, ... I'm so embarrassed for jumping into anything with her, ... Capitalize, fuck the world, 3 exclamation points, JD. You recall this text from Mr. Depp?
I don't recall the text, but I do recall him reaching out after this incident.
Is this text a typical type of text you would receive?
In retrospect and in reading this, no, I think it reflected the fact that he was injured.
Right, and Mr. Depp told you in the text, I cut the top of my middle finger off, correct?
That's what it says.
Okay. And then you responded, call me.
Yeah.
You see that? That's the next text.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
Welcome back, Junior. Welcome back.
Is my microphone working?
It is working wonderfully.
Great.
We love it. Junior's
Uh,
back. So
PTSD from the microphone. No big deal.
it happens. It happens. Oh, yeah, that's not a bad drive. Didn't take you very long.
Yeah, there was one accident. Of course, it was a motorcycle and a car, like
Well,
usual.
Never any fun.
Nope.
Head on a swivel.
And did Mr. Depp call you?
I can't recall if he called me, but I know that I went to the residence.
And did you go with Miss Lloyd?
Yes.
And back to Kipper 5 at 1300, it says on March 7th, 2015, patient was having a hard time leaving the house, so security suggested the MD and RN go to house to see patient. Upon arrival at the house, patient was sitting in car ready to leave. MD assessed patient's finger and will spend more time with patient at the location he's being moved to. So did you see Mr. Depp in the house?
Yeah, I saw Mr. Depp outside the house in the car.
Okay. So this note is accurate, correct?
Yes.
Was Mr. Depp intoxicated when you saw him?
Mm-hmm.
I don't,
Was Mr. Depp coherent?
yes, quite,
Mm-hmm.
He was quite coherent?
yes.
What do you recall him saying to you?
I don't recall the conversation specifically, but part of his finger was missing.
Okay, but you said he was quite coherent, so it sounds like you have memories of what he was saying. What do you recall him saying?
I don't recall what he said. I remember that he was very clear in speaking to me.
Okay. What did he, other than his finger, what did he look like?
He looked like someone who just had part of his finger taken off.
Anything, what did the rest of his hands and arms look like?
Nothing unusual.
What did the house look like?
The house was a mess.
Anything else you can describe about the house?
There were things on the floor. There were things that had been thrown around. It looked like there were just things were out of order in that house.
What rooms did you see? What rooms did you look at in the house?
I was in the kitchen, and I believe I went downstairs. Don't really remember. I saw it was more of the same. The things looked out of place.
Did it look like there was painting on the wall? Someone had written things on the wall?
No, it did look to me like there was blood on the wall, not an actual painting.
How long were you in the house for?
10 minutes, 15.
Holy cow, look at this. MLS making it in to say hello, making law simple. Hello, peeps. Hello, peeps. Hello, peeps. Good to see you. Hope things are going well for you tonight, sir. We are just about finishing up on day 3, working in, we may be able to get part of day 4 in. Just depends on how long I can keep Junior from like gnawing off her arm because she's getting hungry. We'll see.
And what were you doing in the house?
I wanted to see what happened. I was trying to figure out what happened.
Did you talk to Miss Heard?
I did.
And what did Miss Heard say?
Again, I can't recall specifics other than they had a fight. And the specifics beyond that, I don't remember.
Before seeing Mr. Depp that day, when had you seen Mr. Depp previously?
I don't remember.
You know if it was the day before?
I can't
Maybe.
remember.
Sorry,
You
did
remember
I
if it was
miss
the first time you
anything?
saw Mr. Depp since your arrival at,
Did you miss anything? No, just
Yeah.
just a little
I
bit
s-
of him talking about the look on him, and that Johnny didn't paint anything on any walls. He didn't do a
My
painting.
dad came in here like out of nowhere, and I had to like mute myself real quick because he was asking
Okay.
me questions.
Cool.
Australia?
Again, I can't remember.
Dr. Kipper, I'm showing you what's been marked as Kipper 15. And my question is, do you recognize this email?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Another Aussie. Good to see you, the Triggered of Oz.
Depp
No.
triggered.
Let's go. Yes.
And it's an email, and you told Miss Lisa Bean to please print for the chart. See that at the top?
Yes,
So that it is being printed for Mr. Depp's chart, is that correct?
correct.
And Raja Sahani emailed you, you see that?
Yes,
And he writes, "Thank you for your time, David. Attaches a copy of my notes for you to use as necessary. Robert Wells." And Robert Wells is Mr. Depp, correct?
correct.
And this was from March 8th, 2015, correct?
Yes.
Is it accurate that his heavily contaminated hand and fingers with dirt, grime, and
Yeah, thank you. I was going to move for the admission of defendants exhibit 370.
370?
370, yes.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Well, these are the text messages they want to bring in. I heard that.
And Your Honor, we would maintain our objections on grounds of hearsay.
And you're,
And the other objections asserted in our objections to the exhibits. This is an email communication between two non-parties to this case. It's hearsay. It's not within any exception, certainly not within the medical exception, and it's not admissible.
I think it is in the medical exception because it's from one doctor to another doctor to treat Mr. Depp's hand.
I'll sustain the objection as hearsay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
There you go.
That's
Well
accurate.
done.
Is there anything other than the coherent here that you find that's inaccurate?
No, the rest of that seems accurate.
And when you saw Ms. Heard at the house in this March 7th, 2015 timeframe, did she seem like she was on, was she coherent?
She was coherent.
Dr. Kipper, do you recall seeing Kipper 16 from the Gold Coast University Hospital?
Yes, I do.
And when do you recall seeing this note? At the time on March 8th, 2015 or around then?
It was around then. This was the emergency room doctor that saw him, and then he gave him sort of temporary care.
Mhm.
And then he was referred to, Mr. Depp was referred to the other doctor that we spoke of before this, who was the surgeon, who was the hand surgeon, I believe.
Did you talk to this doctor who wrote this note?
Yes, I was present when Mr. Depp was being examined and treated.
And at this point, you were, as of March 14th, 2015, you were telling Mr. Depp that you weren't going to be able to treat Mr. Depp anymore. Is that correct?
The purpose of this note was to make sure that he was strictly compliant with everything, because he needed to have his finger reconstructed. And I wanted to be sure that he was following our guidelines for the drug treatment.
Mr. Depp was not following your protocol as of March 1st, 2015, correct?
Yes, I had concerns.
Mr. Depp was not following your protocols that you were giving him as of March 14th, 2015, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Kipper, do you recognize Kipper 17?
Yes, it's the one
So you
after
were withdrawing your
16.
care from Mr.
or
Depp, at
18.
least as of March 15th, 2015, correct?
I was withdrawing my
Tom.
care if he did not comply.
And as of March 15th, 2015, Mr. Depp was not complying, correct?
Correct.
Was Mr. Depp
Can you pause that
not
again?
so-
I'm sorry. Thank you. Move for the admission of defendant's exhibit 391.
391.
Objection. Possible. We'll see.
And Your Honor, we would maintain our objections on grounds of hearsay,
Yeah.
relevance, and 403. It's hearsay, not within any exception. It's a communication from a third party, not admissible.
It's not hearsay. It's a letter from Dr. Kipper that doesn't have any hearsay in it, and it's
Well, it's hearsay because it's a letter from him out of court.
There you go. Boom.
I mean, it's not offered for the truth of what happened. It's offered for what was occurring with Mr. Depp at the time of March 15th.
Well, that's
2015.
By
that's
definition,
the
Your
truth
Honor,
of the matter.
that's being offered for the truth.
It's offered for notice of when Dr. Kipper was not continuous care of Mr. Depp.
I'll sustain the objection.
compliant as of March 14th?
The answer is yes, he was not compliant. And the problem at hand, no pun intended, was he was about to have surgery. And for him to have surgery on a finger, he needed to be strictly compliant with what his medications were, what his behavior was. And I did not think he was stable for surgery. And I could not clear him for surgery. And that was what provoked the letter.
Right. And Mr. Depp had been breaking promises to remain sober, correct?
Correct.
And then, did you ever stop your care of Mr. Depp?
There was a week, I believe, and I'm fuzzy on the time frame, but there was a short period of time after sending that note before he connected back with me, asking me to take care of him and promising me compliance.
Was Mr. Depp compliant with the program going forward after March 15th, 2015?
He was compliant around his surgery and post-operative period.
And then he became uncompliant again?
I would have to refer to my notes, but I don't remember him being out of control. I remember him being, compliant with what we needed him to do. There were times when Mr. Depp sort of went underground. Some of that time was when he was out of the country and was hard to connect to. But I do not recall him going off the reservation as far as his drug and alcohol issues.
Do you recall him testing positive for cocaine after March of 2015?
I believe so. I can't tell you specifically when.
Going back to Kipper 9, there's a text message from Mr. Depp to you on March 19th, 2015. And he says, my most sincere apologies to you, Doc. I understand your decision based on my immunity to do the right thing, and I truly thank you for your concern. I must apologize for not having had the presence of mind to respect the man who has been the most kind and who has done more for me than anyone ever. There was no call for my spineless and base behavior toward you. I honestly understand the reasons for your concerns in your letter, and can say to you now, they are no longer an issue. Thank you for everything. I've chopped off my left finger as a reminder that I should never cut off my finger again. I love you, brother Johnny. Do you recall this text from Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And is this the text, do you recall, where Mr. Depp was saying that he would be compliant going forward?
Yes.
You're basing it off of this text. Was there any other conversations with Mr. Depp?
We did. I know we had a conversation at some point around that time that validated this message.
Damn right, triggered.
And going to back to Kipper 5, which are, again, the notes. And we're going to go to Kipper 167.
And Sage, that's pretty awesome. Having a supportive wife at the time of getting sober might have helped. Just saying. Yeah.
And at for 413 at 1500, the note at the bottom says, patient is in good spirits and said he's not smoked marijuana in 3 days. States he feels majority of his issues with his wife have been from him using drugs and alcohol. Patient states he'll no longer sneak/use and wants to enjoy clarity. Do you see that note?
I see that note.
And who is that note from?
Bob, the builder,
You or Ms. Lloyd?
That's
was
from
running
this note.
naked.
Okay. Did Ms. Lloyd report this to you?
In this note.
Okay. And there's no reason to question the accuracy of the note, correct?
Correct.
It's from Amber Heard.
Now, at Depp 168, 12:15, it says on April 15th, 12:15, arrived at patient's home. Assistant was in hallway, informed RN that patient was in a bad mood and told assistant he did not need anything from him today. RN was let in home by security and knocked on patient's bedroom door to let him know she was there. Patient screamed, "What?" RN informed patient she was just letting him know she was there and would be downstairs. RN, a little more down, RN left property and informed MD of the events. Do you recall Ms. Lloyd telling you about these events of April 15th, 2015?
My memory is refreshed by looking at this note. Yes.
And Mr. Depp had yelled at Ms. Lloyd, is that right?
I'm not sure he yelled at Miss Lloyd. I think he just yelled.
Okay.
Wanted to be heard. I can't say I wasn't there.
There's
Oh.
a text from Mr. Depp to you on April
Nice.
15th, 2015. And he says, "My dear brother David, if there's a God, then I'm positive it's you. Thank you, darling man. I'm fine. I didn't know it was Debbie until I'd already thrown my voice toward the door. Thought it was Stephen, who is no small cauldron of hot water." 2 exclamation points. I'll call Debbie to apologize. ... My boundless love and infinite thanks. So you recall that he texted you and called Ms. Lloyd to apologize?
No, I don't recall that specifically. I'm reminded by this note, but I don't recall that specifically.
Now, Mr. Depp sent you a text on June 28th, 2015. It says, "Thank you, my darling Kipper. All those technical abbreviations left me fluxumed and in the dark." 3 exclamation points. "Soon, soon, I must see you and just hang out." 3 exclamation points. "My deformed finger and I have no friends." 3 exclamation points. "By the way, ... Amber and I have been absolutely perfect for 3 fucking months solid." 4 exclamation points. "I've locked my monster child away in a cage deep within, and it has fucking worked." 4 exclamation points. "We're goddamn best friends now." 3 exclamation points. "Amazing." 3 exclamation points. "Big love to you, my brother, ... JD. You see that?
Yes.
And what do you recall what is refreshed of your memory?
That there was concern that he was taking more Xanax than he should have been. And I needed him to tighten that up and to go back to what he was prescribed. And also there's a reference here. to the phone calls, I had asked him not to respond or not to engage in these phone calls because those were that always precipitated problems between the two of them when they were in a bad phase.
Phone calls between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard.
Correct.
And Mr. Depp responds on July 1st, 2015, and says, I am and have been at peace for the last 3 to 4 months. It's been amazing, but she's somehow locked into this very unpleasant and belittling mode in the last 3 days. The accusations, the verbal abuse and insults, stooping to one, the most unjust. You haven't changed, you fucking desperate hypocrite. You didn't out the monster away. You're full of shit. You're a pathetic fraud. Man, you know how hard I have worked to put that motherfucker in its cage. And I did that, me. I took all those other problems and rid myself of them. There's a whole lot more. I won't bore you with it. The Xanax takes the edge off just a little. You know me. It would take more than a few to really affect me. Seroquel scares me for the reasons I were off of it. If you're worried about the Xanax, prescribe me something different, but with more potency. I don't take them all that often, just when the brain is inundated with this horrible badgering and half truths from my wife by the WSY. I don't know if you meant by the way. Do you recall this text?
Again, I do in looking at it, yes.
Okay, and Mr. Depp again used the term monster, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Depp goes on in this text. He says, by the way, he sends another, sorry, here's my, by the way, Cohen should be run out of town in utter shame. He's a fucking sump who's done absolutely nothing but giving her the verbosity that she uses ever, whenever she feels like she must explain to me the psychology of life. 3 exclamation points. Ludicrous, 3 exclamation points. Yes, sir. Cowan should be shot in places no one wants to be shot in. 3 exclamation points. He's a goddamn charlatan big time. 3 exclamation points. I'm not going to continue to pay the fucking yes man to do nothing but stare at her tits and agree with everything she spews. ... Tell him to tell he's leaving the business or something, or I too will become a regular client, whether I am welcome or not. 3 exclamation points. Thanks and so sorry. I lobs GU. You recall Mr. Depp informing you that he was upset with Dr. Cowan.
Yes, I remember clearly that he was upset with Dr. Cowan at a certain point.
You know, do you recall this text message from Mr. Depp that I just read to you?
Yes, in reading it, I do.
Okay.
Sounds like Doctor was all over Amber, staring at her
Good time
titties.
to break it. It's 5 o'clock. Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right, so
I
breaking there for the
mean-
weekend. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll pick up
See
with
if
this
we
testimony on Monday.
Got anything
Since,
to
I'm not
say
gonna
after?
see you
She
for
was
3
a
days, I just want to
beautiful
reiterate the same
woman.
instruction I gave you
Yeah.
in the beginning.
Until
The
she
thing about
started
it
doing
is
this
you're not to
stupid
watch
shit,
anything
and
about
that's
this
what made
case
her
on
ugly.
Twitter, whether in person, you cannot network. For the litigants, I'll see you back on Monday. Please no posting on social networking sites and don't talk to the press, all right? And for the attorneys, I will see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. for a long day. I'm sure you've been doing your homework, right?
Oh,
So
boy.
we should be able to get through a lot of deposition objections, right? Perfect. All right, thank you. All right, we'll see you tomorrow then. Thank you.
It is Titty Tuesday after all. Why wouldn't anyone stare? Well, I mean, the dress that she's been wearing throughout this thing. That's why I think they kept the camera off of her. It looked like she had some she's not wearing a bra. No, I'm kidding. I just don't care. Oh, it's so horrible. So horrible. I'm going to remove that for a second so I can pull up the next one. So yeah, you're lucky you got to miss out on the most boring part of all of it. I mean, it's still
Get the
funny.
puke off of your face, yeah?
Yeah.
The only poof face there should be on anyone's face is Amber's
Yeah.
and Rottenborn. Any
Yeah,
lane.
Rockmore, any lane.
But
The
Amber
team's
and
a
her whole squad.
Yeah, they were a little bad. Little bad. So this is rolling into day 4 now. And see what we've got. More Dr. Kipper. Just scrolling up through here. And it looks like they've got some stuff that's redacted. Goes for about an hour and 10 minutes. And then comes in some blonde. So yeah, about an hour and 10 minutes before their first break or something like that. Yeah, that's about right. Can you hang with that?
Yup.
Alrighty, we will do it then.
I think my squared may be joining us shortly.
Oh, that really?
Mm-hmm.
That'd be awesome. Waifu check. What's up? Okay. There you go. JD mentions her verbally abused more than once in those texts. I do think her legal team is using them to have the effect they think they will due to that. I agree. I agree, Chris. Yes. Well, and he's just making references to how horrible she is. So, you know, a lot of that is hearsay, but if the defense is bringing it in, that's on them. You know, her defense is bringing it in. That's on them. So glad he sued the snot out of her, though.
Her defense pretty much sabotaged themselves.
Yeah.
Doofuses.
100% hot equals 100% psychotic. It's called Amber's Law.
Well.
Well, she's not 100% hot, but she is 100%
Yeah,
psychotic.
I don't think that's true because I don't think Courtney Clooney was 100% hot.
Mm-mm. Oh, God, no. Not even close.
And her
No.
raspy voice. Mm-mm.
She's, what was it? Marge Simpson on her way up. Hey, guys. How you doing?
Charge my phone.
Just pour me
Like,
another beer.
no, you lazy. Hold on. I have a soundbite for this. You lazy. Put your own charger on the phone. Or put your own phone on the charger. God damn it. I need a nap though, not gonna lie. I'm
Yeah.
tired.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was up late and slept in.
I'll nap on camera. We'll see how many super chats we get.
If you just
Like, just
your head
nap in my
rolls
chair.
back and
Mhm.
drool starts running down the side of your mouth,
Mhm.
they'll start super chatting to bet which
Sleep stream.
how long it'll be before it hits your shirt. I love it.
It's a great way to grift for us.
It would be.
You
Watch us sleep
guys.
on stream.
I'm monetized. Shizzy's monetized. I mean, I get we're humble, but we're not that humble. Why don't you send us some super chats or become a member? Show us some love.
Show
Thanks.
us some love. I love it. Such a good grifter. I'm horrible at it.
I'm a terrible grifter, but you know, with what's going on at work, with the remodeling coming up and not working as many hours, I'm gonna need to grift. Gotta supplement myself somehow, you know?
Yeah, that right there sounds so screwy. I mean,
Right? Like to ugh. Ugh.
I mean, if you can supplement it out, I mean, doing
If
a
I
little bit of grift is not a bad thing.
will see. We'll see if I can.
Oh, Chris.
I mean, I told
Thank you.
my uncle, I was like, you can't just like should have at least given me a couple months heads up because now I'm gonna be pretty much not working for like 3 to 6 months until the remodeling is over, and I have bills, buddy.
Lesbians.
This is true. They're big time lesbians.
Chris Mullen gifted 5 memberships over here. We've got Sage Warrior, Fast
Oh,
Group,
that's awesome.
T Ree, Chris Mullen, Donna T, Salty Dog. Thank you, Chris Mullen. I appreciate that. And welcome all my new nuts. God, I love new nuts. I knew you'd get a kick out of that. It wasn't the only reason I did it. I thought it would be fun.
It is. It's hilarious.
Oh boy.
Oh, I think we decided there, we.
Oh,
which is redacted.
this is the conversation about the redacted stuff. Put it on speed. Playback speed. It's 1.25 still.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Mr. Nadelhoff, did you have, ladies and gentlemen, you might remember we're in the middle of Dr. Kipper's testimony per deposition, but I think there's some exhibits that need to be moved in.
Thank you, Your Honor. The parties
Redacted.
discussed over the weekend, and we have agreement as the plaintiffs exhibits 41, 42, 47, 48, and 49 of plaintiffs exhibits. I do believe that there are some slight redactions that I think they have copies of that they can provide to you. And then we also have defendants 1063, which is redacted, and I could provide you.
Oh, thank you,
copy of
Rabbit,
it.
for becoming
They
a
also have the
member.
redactions.
Okay.
You're
Um,
awesome.
Same for defendants 283, defendants 405, defendants 455, defendants 304, defendants 307, and in addition, 395 and 414.
What just happened? I can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I paused it and then didn't pay attention to mute. Some idiot.
You
Is
had
that-
me
is that-
tripping now.
Is that Eve right there?
No,
That's not her.
no, Eva's
Because
ugly.
I thought she was the one that got kicked out.
I think she's behind.
Like back here
Rotten
somewhere. Is that
bottom.
her right there?
No. She's not blonde. She has like brownish, light brown hair.
Like brownish, brown
You've never seen her
hair.
before? Hold up.
No,
I got you.
I have never seen one.
I
she
got
looks
you,
like.
fam. Oh, thank you, Rabbit, for gifting a membership. Congrats, waifu, on your gifted membership. That's really funny. Thank you,
Memsies.
Minzy, for becoming a member. You're awesome. What was I looking for? Oh yeah, Eve Barlow. Eve Fartlow.
Fartlow. Fartlow, sweet
Ugh.
chariot.
Her picture's in
smelling
black and white on Twitter. Let me
old.
see if I can Google it.
Young slim brunette. Is that maybe her right there in the jacket? I thought she was old and skanky looking or something. I don't know.
She still looks like a skank. She's not old.
It's not old.
There. That's Eve Fartlow right there.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Yeah.
That's not even slightly attractive. Ugh.
I mean,
Who's
never
there?
mind. I'm not gonna say what I was thinking.
Uh,
It's pretty messed up what I was thinking, but
Wow. Yeah, don't think
15, would come
Let's
in without any
see if there's
redactions, but I can provide you a copy.
anything.
Your Honor, we have agreed on the redactions.
For that one, so we're still waiting. Defendant 42.
42, we
No
agreed
redactions.
after discussion that there,
Actions that you've agreed upon.
yes, Your Honor.
to address on.
The electronic copies, which the redacted
Right. If
ones.
they're redacted ones, I need copies. If they're not,
Full examination.
Inform you. Mr. Depp, informing you that he was upset with Dr. Cowan.
Yeah,
Back to
yes, I remember clearly that he was upset with Dr. Cowan at a certain point.
Yes,
Do you recall this text message from Mr. Depp that I just read to you?
absolutely.
Yes,
Strategy.
in reading it, I do.
Okay. And then
okay, I put it in the private.
Mr. Depp wrote to you again on July.
I don't
5th,
want to
2015.
deprive you
and said, "You're a great man and a great
Of,
friend. As much as I would love to see you, be a waste of your time,
what I was
Just got
thinking, because
quite
it
a
was
lot
kind
going
of
on with,
funny.
with business stuff, my Keith film, and some Amber issues, By the way, I try not to be too subtle about this, Cowan should be stripped of his license to practice his supposed profession, And then
Yep.
should be stripped and
Dot,
sprayed
dot,
painted,
dot.
handcuffed to a stop
Dot,
sign.
dot, dot.
3 exclamation points. He is at best a fraudulent, irresponsible turd of monumental proportions. 3 exclamation points. I love you, Johnny. You recall this text message from Mr. Depp?
Again, I do upon reading this, I don't remember all the specific messages I got from him, but I certainly remember the gestalt of his feelings.
Okay. And do you continue to work with Dr. Cowan? Do you continue to refer patients to Dr. Cowan? Let me ask it differently.
Yes. I have great respect for Dr. Cowan.
And Mr. Depp sent you another text message on July 24th, 2015 that says, "Hey, dear pal, Amber is happy with Cowan, I just don't know what truth he gets, and I don't know what his manners and strengths are, I think she listens to him because when we argue, she slathers me up in those condescending psychiatric trophy, like, Your fear is so visible, What are you scared of, 3 exclamation points. Why are you letting your fear and your ego control your life, etc., Hippie shit, Makes me want to rampage against anyone.
I want to slap him
Going through
so
this,
hard because he keeps reading the
large.
like
I assume you recall this text message.
I think it's pretty damn funny.
It is funny, but it's like
dot, dot.
ugh, he's annoying. I think it's just his existence that annoys me. So I don't know.
I don't either.
That was really mean. Sorry, chat.
Thank you, Sage. I appreciate you. Oh my god. Yeah, and someone made a fine point that this is the point where Johnny pulled all his hair back in a ponytail and he kept it like that throughout the rest of the trial, which I think was good. He looked a little more polished throughout the rest of it.
Together.
Hey, we can hear you now.
You can hear
It's
me
the other
before?
Jess.
Oh, no.
No.
Oh, my gain. Wait, is it better now?
Yeah, that's better.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
So much better.
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
It's okay.
As well.
No, but I recall when I'm looking at it, yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to go to another text message. On August 3rd, 2015, Mr. Depp texts you, "You can flog me soon for waiting until now, for having not properly given my kind apparatus the appropriate and adequate general cock love, I've tried and mostly failed, Many unpleasant things happening with my business world going on that are attempting to give me the funny pain face that could render me no more and send me headfirst straight into the bowl of minestrone or worse, a green curry, So most necessary PRNs are all headache meds, Xanax, Adderall, and whatever this magical ointment for that traitorous redness in the much valued and region of significance, Thanks and love, XJD." Do you recall this text message?
No, but I'm once again reminded by looking at it.
You recall not being paid for 3 months?
You don't want to drown in curry.
I recall not being paid. I don't remember how long. It always turned back around, but specifically that issue, no, I can't give you specifics.
So there was a
God, every time I hear the
period of
email
time where
notification,
Mr. Depp was not
I
paying you
think
for your
it's my
services, correct?
computer because I have a MacBook.
Okay, so as a
Yeah,
Hate it.
every time I hear that, I would look down at my phone. It's the same tone. I'm like, it's not that.
And I'm not even on my MacBook right now, and it still messes with me.
It's crazy. So crazy.
February 10th, 2016, you were very concerned about Mr. Depp's health, correct?
In the
Mr. Depp.
document, I'm
That's right.
also serving as his internist, managing some
Or
medical
if I
issues.
get the closed caption.
That's the nature of these concerns.
You weren't concerned at all about Mr. Depp's continuing with his treatment plan for drug and alcohol use?
You can't
No.
separate those two issues. They're not two distinct issues.
It's
But in
one
order
issue.
For me to assess how he was doing in general with his general health, these metrics that I identify in the second paragraph were things I needed to have follow-up on. And I wasn't getting that follow-up, and I needed to know that we were on the right course medically.
And do you recall being concerned about Mr. Depp in June 2018?
Yes,
What, if any,
Mr.
concerns did you
Depp.
have about Mr. Depp taking drugs or alcohol that were not part of the protocol?
I was concerned that that could be potentially an issue.
Dr. Kipper, Kipper 28.
Do you recognize Skipper
Your Honor, At
28?
this point, there's an exhibit at which the parties
Is
are
that his, like,
still in
screen
dispute.
name?
I believe it's okay to continue playing at this point.
Well,
and we can
all of
resolve
his
it after
exhibits
the
for
fact.
Kipper would be Kipper 1, 2, 3.
Okay. All right, that's fine. Thank you.
It sounds
Are
like it was a screen
invoices
Her
name.
hair
used,
looks awful in this.
from February
This day.
2015 through from February 20.
Her hair
February
looks
6, 2015,
awful
February
every
1st,
day. Like, you don't
2021.
need to go to a
Recall
hairdresser
producing these
for
documents?
court.
No.
Pull your
No.
hair back in a
Those would have come from my
ponytail.
accountant's office.
Well, if she pulls the hair back, she's afraid that it might snap the rubber bands and her face will fall forward.
Maybe she has Dumbo ears. Have we seen her ears? Has she ever shown her ears?
I don't know. She might have like big like hoops in them or something like that. You know, the gauges may have them gauged out. I don't know.
Are you looking up a picture of her, Jess? I can see your brain gears going.
She's trying to find pictures of Amber Heard's ears.
Oh, you're muted. I can see the gears moving in her head.
I'm posting links.
Oh,
Oh,
But good
'cause
idea.
I've seen you before whenever you're like, "Ooh, I'm gonna look something up," and I can see the gears moving in your head.
Like,
yeah.
Let's see.
Okay. Are you still working for Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And so at the bottom here, there's a lot that just say case management fee. Do you know what that refers to as opposed to nursing services and doctor services?
That's a retainer fee that
She
I
has
have
normal
with
ears.
him,
She's just
on
ugly.
a monthly basis.
Now, Dr. Kipper, we received invoices for you, for Mr. Depp from Fireman's Insurance
Snakes don't
Fund,
have ears
for
either.
2014. Does this look
True.
like an invoice from your office to Mr. Depp?
Uh,
Dr. Kipper, you've already testified that these are invoices to Mr. Depp, correct?
I've testified that these are invoices. This is something generated from my accountant. Yes.
Have you spoken to Mr. Depp's legal counsel since the beginning of this year?
Yes.
Who have you spoken to?
I've spoken to Camille on 2 occasions.
Anybody else?
No,
What did you speak to Camille about?
about the deposition.
Mr. Kipper, Dr. Kipper, I think you're incorrect. I think also Ms. Myers was in one of those telephone conversations.
So that's right.
And other than the scheduling of the deposition, did they talk about the issues that you were going to be asked about?
Yes, of course.
Okay. How long were the conversations?
Are you serious, Jamie? You got news of her in MLS Discord? Is that like so does it look like a open roast beef sandwich that got run over by a car a couple of times? Just curious. So I just don't look for nudies. So
oh my.
45 minutes each.
Were they over phone or by Zoom or in person?
The first conversation was in person, and the second was by Zoom.
And you thought there were about 2 45-minute calls?
About that.
Are you paying for your counsel in this case?
Yes, I am.
First of all, Dr. Kipper, do you remember seeing this document earlier?
Yes, I do.
And you recognize it as your initial consultation notes with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
I'd like to direct your attention to the 3rd page.
see, now I want to look. Damn it.
Curious.
Excuse me. Okay. You see here where it says impressions.
Yes.
Now, could you describe what the items listed under this heading are?
So the first one, primary dopamine imbalance. This in general terms, I don't know, primary dopamine imbalance, ADHD, which is attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, bipolar 1, depression secondary to above, insomnia, chronic substance abuse disorder, chronic reflux,
With respect to these items, are these an official diagnosis of Mr. Depp?
These are my impressions, yes.
Landline.
When you say impression, is that considered would you consider that a diagnosis?
Yes, Ms. Myers, that's my diagnostic impression.
I'd like to pull up what's already been marked as Kipper Exhibit 4, please. And Dr. Kipper, I believe we've already established, but could you confirm that you recognize this document?
Yes,
And these are also notes of a consultation you had with Mr. Depp?
correct.
And it appears from these notes that Miss Debbie Lloyd was at the meeting, correct?
Yes,
And she's a registered nurse?
yes.
And did Mr. Depp's treatment plan contemplate Miss Lloyd remaining with Mr. Depp during his therapy?
Yes,
And was it contemplated that Miss Lloyd would personally distribute his medications to him?
yes,
Did Miss Lloyd personally dispense medications to Mr. Depp?
yes, she did.
And how regular was Miss Lloyd's contact with Mr. Depp?
She had contact with him daily, either physically or by phone.
How often would you estimate that she was physically in contact with him?
I would say 80%, 90% of the time, somewhere in there.
And Mr. Depp agreed to this supervision by Miss Lloyd?
Yes,
Alex, could we please pull up what's been marked as Kipper Exhibit 6?
Oh, you got tagged, Shizzy.
What did I
Dr.
do?
Kipper, could you please confirm that these
You
are your
got
notes
tagged.
from?
I think the photos.
Oh, did I?
Mm-hmm.
Dun, dun, dun.
I couldn't find them. I'm like, I don't see them anywhere.
Which
I'm like,
Discord is it?
it's an MLS Discord, she's saying, but I don't see them anywhere.
Oh, I've never gotten an invite for MLS's Discord. We have beef now, MLS.
She
Nah,
sent
just
them
kidding.
to what? She said, sent them to us. Tagged me. I don't know where. I don't know any. I don't know how Discord works. So out of it. What am I looking for? See, now I'm lost. She said, "Oh, I tagged you." I'm like, okay, that makes no sense to me. You say I tagged you, but I don't know how that works. See, I'm an idiot. I'm a total boomer. So you could tag me all day, and then I just get completely lost. Oh, those aren't. Yeah, I was right. They sort of are a little cockeyed.
Most
Yeah,
women are. They're
I'm
sisters,
giving
not
a hard
twins.
time. Giving a hard time. No, I meant like they're like they point out this way.
Oh, akimbo.
Yeah, yeah. There
Like
you go.
utters
That's
akimbo. Okay.
yeah, yeah. Utters akimbo, which is fine. I mean, eh, I'm
Seen
just
better?
not really. Yeah, yeah. Most definitely seen better all day. I should have a red dot telling you you've been tagged. That's what it is. A red dot telling me I've been tagged. Hey, Young, how you doing? Good to see you.
Hello.
Good to see you. Yeah, I won't post those anywhere else. Well, no. I mean, she's got an okay body. I mean, I wouldn't kick her out of bed.
I
there's a
wouldn't
reason
complain to
why.
have the bod.
I mean, there's a reason why they make bags.
Sorry, I'm switching to my glasses because my contacts are starting to bother me. So I'll be back
I've
on
seen the
cam.
Danish Girl and Aquaman, but no idea who she was in either movie. Not really a major player in either one. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Farrell. I appreciate it. You have a good one also. Oh, I'll go back to the
consultation you had with Mr. Depp in Boston in June of 2014.
Yes, this is a summary from June 22nd to June 24th of that consult, of that time.
Oh, I got more money than she does. Trust me.
If we scroll down,
It's
the
not
note
a
reflects
donation.
here that you met with Ms. Heard at that time, correct?
Yes.
Ms.
Or
Heard told you
pledge.
that she was concerned
not a
about Mr.
pledge.
Depp being violent with her at this consultation.
No.
If she had told you that, is that something you would have documented in these notes?
Yes.
Your note here states that Amber has a
She's
strong
hardcore,
family
man.
history of drug
Young
and
is
alcohol abuse and
hardcore.
is particularly sensitive to his behaviors and potential for
Understood.
abuse. The phrase potential for abuse, is that referring to substance abuse?
Yes.
It's not referring to physical abuse.
No.
And what do you mean when you state that Ms. Heard is particularly sensitive to Mr. Depp's behaviors?
Having grown up in that environment, she's used to seeing the trauma that it inflicts, and is not only able to recognize it, but also it affects her. She has the ability to understand what that looks like.
And was this your observation of her or something she told you?
This is something she told me.
Oh, that's so funny right there. Oh, that just kills me. Brown, red, Nick with the little poo emoji underneath it. I think that
He's
should be their new
grumpy.
logo. It should be their new logo. Mm. Yeah. Jamie sent me the pics. I'm not impressed. I mean, I wouldn't argue with her, but
But could she eat crackers in your bed? You wouldn't
how's
kick
she
her out,
gonna
but could
eat?
she eat crackers?
How's she gonna eat crackers in my bed? I wouldn't let her in my bed.
Well, you said you wouldn't kick her out of bed. I'm just saying, but would you let her eat crackers in your bed? That's like next level. Do you remember that song?
No, there's a reason why you have her in her bed, but she could sleep on the floor. It's fine.
She'll just do that little circle dance that most dogs do before they
Yeah.
bed down.
I'll give her a blanket at least, maybe 2.
No.
What's up, everybody? What's up? Oh, nice. Look, everybody's just piling in here.
Wilhammer.
Jimmy.
The Wilhammer, yeah.
Yeah,
What's up,
Wilhelm.
Veal?
Rob Ford. Sitting here, does Shizzy look like Ricada from 2033? That's awesome. No, thank God I have better shoulders than he does.
You actually have shoulders.
Yeah, I actually do. We can improve the naughty messages. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh,
Who?
dang.
Marcius?
Yeah. Yeah. But I just was noticing the grumpy emoji underneath brown red Nick.
Beautiful.
Alex, could you please pull up what's been marked as Kipper Exhibit 5, please?
Oh, good to see you, brother.
God, I love him.
You recognize these as, I believe you testified a combination of your own
Fun.
patient notes and Miss Lloyd's patient notes for Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
Jamie.
And I believe you testified you
Wilhammer's
compiled
the
them
homie.
together. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you, for the notes that were taken by
True
Ms.
story.
Lloyd, did you specifically request that she maintain these notes?
Yes, that's part of her responsibility.
And did you advise her on what types of information she should include in those notes?
No.
Is there anything in particular that you asked her to include in the notes?
No, she was trained in this, and she knew what the important metrics were in notation.
And I believe you testified that you have reviewed these notes in their entirety before, correct?
Yes.
How many times would you say you've reviewed these notes?
I reviewed them at the time they were written, and I reviewed them probably.
I just want to read this real quick. RN and MD met with patient to discuss plan and medication regimen. At this time, plans for RN to assess patient twice a day, give him his medication every morning, self-administer throughout the day. If patient uses to travel with RN, he can have 2 days of medication at a time. RN will be close contact with patient's assistants to arrange daily meetings. RN will report status of patient. During initial meeting, patient was pleasant, cooperative, agreed to the plan, appears motivated, make positive changes, able to identify some negative consequences of current medication usage, and looks forward to living a healthier lifestyle. Plans for RN to monitor patient, current medication, finishes with work commitment Boston through mid-July. Once patient completes work commitment, he'll begin medical detox in LA, met with patient's apartment. So it seems like everything's moving. You're fearful of coming off the drugs because it doesn't know what to do. Patient also has some emotional trauma, which causes him some anxiety. Let's see if I can move that out of the way. There we go. We'll just move it up here. Patient was given medication, discussed with patient, assistant, blah, blah, blah. I thought maybe that was something more interesting than that. Oh, it's pretty straightforward.
A couple of weeks ago, so twice.
I'm going to turn to the last page now. And do you see this note marked June 30th?
Yes.
And so do you understand that to be June 30th, 2015?
Yeah, it's just nothing spectacular.
Yes.
Did Miss
They're
Lloyd
real
stop
and they're
attending to Mr.
spectacular.
Depp around this?
What was that?
Seinfeld, they're real. Yes, they're real and they're spectacular.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Boobs are awesome. I've got no problem with boobs. Patient had another argument with his wife. Patient was anxious and was taking medication for help to calm him down. Seroquel 50 milligrams administered, but it says patient fell asleep within 20 minutes of taking it. That's a hell of a calming.
Time.
I'm going to refer to my timetable just because I'll have a better sense.
Yeah, I couldn't have told you that either.
Where the treatment was.
All right, I'd like to talk to you briefly about the detox process on Mr. Depp's Island in August 2014. I believe you said that you traveled down to attend to Mr. Depp during this time, correct?
Yes.
And when you arrived on the island, who was present?
Mr. Depp, Miss Heard, Miss Lloyd, and assistants for Mr. Depp. And I can't recall which assistants.
Do you recall how many?
No. There were people that I think lived or serviced that island when he was there. There were probably 4 of those people. And I'm not sure if he had
Damn, Baker.
1 or 2 of his own assistants.
Dr. Kipper, when you arrived on the island in August 2014, did you see where Mr. Depp was staying during that time?
Yes.
And what did these accommodations look like?
He had a little home structure. It was a small structure, a bedroom and a kitchen and a little sitting area.
And was Ms. Heard staying there with him?
Yes.
And relative to where Mr. Depp was staying, where was Ms. Lloyd staying?
She was staying on another part of the island in a structure
Triggered.
called a yurt.
I triggered.
Which is like
Dot, dot, dot.
Honk.
What we just said, which is like a tent. ...
Jack Tarlad's in the chat.
How far away, how long would it take Miss Lloyd to get to where Mr. Depp was?
Hey, sup?
Sup,
Would
Jack
that be
Tarlad.
walking?
No, that would be on a motorized vehicle.
And relative to where Mr. Depp was staying, where
Hit
did you
that.
stay when you went down?
Hi,
Right on the
it was
other
cute.
side of that.
Yeah.
You missed your
Cute.
voice, Chizzy.
Oh,
Aw.
feels so special.
Had Mr.
Like a
Depp's
man that wears
detoxification
hockey
process
gear, but
already started when
not
you
on the
arrived on
team.
the island?
Special.
And had Miss Lloyd been overseeing that process?
Yes.
Did she report any issues to you upon your arrival?
She certainly updated. I was updated. He started on the 10th. I arrived on the 12th. So I was in full communication with her from the beginning.
You say alcohol as a buttered
After
biscuit
you arrived
gets
on the island, did
me
you
to
personally
sleep every
oversee Mr.
time.
Depp's detoxification process?
Yes.
Every time.
And how often would you check in on him?
Yeah.
Several times a day.
Yep.
And was this physically
What's your
going to
story?
see him?
No, this would be
Yes,
seeing
it
him
does.
physically once a day and then checking on his progress throughout the day.
So during the detoxification process,
great.
you did see Mr. Depp at least once a day?
Mr. Death.
Yes.
At least
And
No.
was Miss Lloyd checking on Mr. Depp daily?
Yes.
Mr. Beth.
She was seeing him in person daily as well?
Yes.
You went and saw Mr. Depp after receiving that message, correct?
Yes.
And did Miss Lloyd go with you?
Yes.
And where did you see Mr. Depp after receiving that message?
I believe I saw him outside of his little home. It was either in the across from this little home was like a little cantina where one would eat, and it was
Usually
I think in
cantinas where you
around the cantina.
And what was his physical condition at that time?
He was frustrated. He was uncomfortable.
How was his demeanor?
One of being frustrated and uncomfortable.
And was Ms. Heard with him at that time?
When I saw Mr. Depp at that point, no, she was not.
He's like, what I
And at
just
this
said.
time, this was in the middle of his detoxification process, correct?
Yes.
Did you see Ms. Heard that evening?
I can't remember.
Do you recall Ms. Heard seeking medical treatment from you for any physical injuries while you were on the island in August 2014? Go ahead.
No, I don't.
If Ms. Heard had sought treatment from you for injuries, is that something you would have documented?
Yes, I would have.
Is that something you would have remembered her telling you?
Yes.
Did you see Ms. Heard after this evening of August 17th?
On that particular evening, that I can't remember. But I did see Miss Heard pretty much daily during my time on the island.
So did you see her at some point, perhaps, did you see her the next day?
Yes.
Unfortunately,
And
yes.
Did you observe any injuries to Ms. Heard at that time?
No.
Gratefully,
She
no.
didn't have any bruises that you observed?
No.
Positively not.
After you met with Mr. Depp that evening of August 17th, did you go back to his accommodations at some point?
No. No, I think we resolved the issues where we were outside of his little hut, his home.
So you
Well,
didn't go and attend to him again in his home after that time?
Yeah, he'd already lost his finger.
Alex, could you please pull up what's been marked as Kipper Exhibit 8?
Well, thank you, Broken Baker. You have a wonderful stream also.
Get back to
It's
sleep.
great to see you, man. And you know, we do keep Jess around for something. Being a hottie.
Which both of us. Like, you just say Jess and it's just applied to both.
I know, exactly. Isn't it
Simple.
beautiful? Oh, I think her name is Jessica. It's awesome. Yes.
Hey, JR, what's your middle initial? Do you have a middle name?
A.
Some people.
Yes.
So it'd be Jar.
It's my dad's name.
First name or last name? Well, no, your last name would be his last name. Never
My
mind.
dad's
Get
first
out of here.
name.
Shizzy, stop it. Shizzy, stop it.
Are you sure you're not blonde under all that?
My mom's blonde. I think it, you know, the
Oh.
roots ran deep. God, I had to do stuff with my computer today, and I was just like, oh, I need a helmet. I need a special helmet because this is just so stupid. I fiddled with this thing for like 2.5 hours, and it's like,
Sounds so dirty.
Look,
JFC.
I've already said
Right?
people
Yeah.
can call me JR. So if they say Jess, it automatically is applying to you. Since I've made it clear, call me JR when referring to me.
When we're in the room together.
Yes.
Yes.
Even when
Yes,
we're not
Jess.
in the room together, because I don't fucking care.
So tell me more about this computer that you were having to do things on and needed a helmet.
I needed a helmet because what I had to do was so stupid, and it took me so long to figure it out. I just was like, that's it. I'm done.
Doesn't
I
doesn't come doesn't come natural.
No. Yeah, but I figured it out. It just took way too long. It was very embarrassing, and I was the only one around, but I was still super embarrassed.
And once
But,
you figure it out,
yeah.
you're like, oh, that's so embarrassing because I should have
There
known
it
this.
is. Very satisfying.
I
You
know
figured
that
it out.
feeling.
Yeah.
I know that feeling. That
Lots of
happens
build up
quite
to
often.
just the finally. Yeah.
Yeah. Lots of build up, very little excitement afterwards. No snuggle. Nothing.
I could have used a nap, to be honest. That was a lot of pressure.
Just a lot of pressure.
I don't work on computers. I don't do this stuff. You know, new territory. Get out of here.
So Young, you're liking the hair on Amber. I don't know.
Better than some of her other looks. This one looks softer anyway. Which
Well,
is,
it
I
looks
think,
like she's like got it tucked under her collar and it's like pushing out, but it just doesn't look quite right. Maybe she cut it like in a pixie cut. Maybe.
No, it's supposed to be like one of those fake bobs.
like pinned up underneath, like
Yeah,
Like a-
it's
like
a
a- like a
thing.
to look
pin-up.
more like vintage Hollywood kind of a
Mhm.
thing.
Oh.
Yeah,
'cause
to
that's
make
when
it
they're gonna
look like
bring
she
that up.
is.
But it's so obvious that she's trying to hide her face because what seemed to me was just like she came off really harsh with all the gold buttons and like kind of like Third Reich kind of a thing going on that she had. Like
Yeah.
Ava Braun.
Days.
And then they're like, let's soften her look a little, make her look more likable, but still let's hide that scowl. Like we're just gonna cover that up.
Yeah, well,
Very
you can't hide
strategic.
that scowl. It's like her resting bitch face. It just doesn't go away. It's always going to be there.
Can't help it.
Amber is pretty on the outside. It's just a shame she's not pretty on the inside also. Agree.
Mhm.
Agree.
Same.
Abomination over on my Rumble says, well, joke's on her. This makes her look like a PS3 character.
Remember this email from earlier in your deposition?
Yes, I do.
And I believe you testified that you
I
recall
love it.
sending this email to Ms. Dombrowski on August 18th, 2014, correct?
Yes.
At the time you wrote this email, how long had you known Mr. Depp?
Approximately 4 months.
And in those 4 months, how much time had you spent with Mr. Depp in person?
Mr. Death.
I couldn't give you a cumulative number of hours, but I would say, I would estimate that including up until August 18, I would guesstimate 20 hours.
Is it fair to say that when you wrote this email, most of the time you had known Mr. Depp or spent with Mr. Depp was
Mr.
while he was
Dad.
in detox?
Spent with Mr. Death.
Yes.
Just
During the time that you were with Mr. Depp on the island for his detox process, did you ever witness him physically abuse Ms. Heard?
No.
Miss
never.
Hurst. Like that Patty Hearst.
Did you ever see any physical evidence that Mr. Depp had abused Ms. Heard?
Mr. Duff.
No, same answer, never.
And during your time on the island, did you witness Ms. Heard abuse Mr. Depp in any way?
Mr. Duckett. They're pulling up new ones.
I love
Do you
closed
recall when
captions.
she first became your patient?
No, I couldn't give you a definitive date.
It would have been before October 2014, though, correct?
Yes.
And it would have been after Mr. Depp's detox on the island in August.
Mr. Dice.
Is that right? When you started treating Ms. Heard, did you assign a nurse to her? When you started treating Ms. Heard, was there a nurse that you assigned?
Miss
to her?
Heard. I love it.
I can't recall whether Ms. Myers, it was when I started to treat her. At some point, I did assign a nurse to her, but I can't tell you which came first. I believe I was treating her before I had recommended a nurse for her.
So your recollection is that you started treating her, and after that, a nurse was assigned.
That's my memory, yes.
Do you have a sense of how close in time to you beginning your treatment the nurse was assigned to Ms. Heard?
Miss Heard.
It couldn't have been too long, but I honestly can't give you a specific reference of time.
Do you remember that nurse's name?
Erin Borum.
And is Ms. Borum a registered nurse?
Miss Boring.
And I believe you covered this earlier. Ms. Borum is a contractor for
Miss
you?
Borum.
Yes.
What is her actual
So
name?
she reports to you.
Miss
with
Borum.
respect to your patients. that she
Borum.
Correct.
Borum.
During the time
Somewhere in the middle.
that Ms. Heard was your patient and
Miss
you
Heard.
had a nurse, Ms. Borum was assigned to
Miss
her,
Boring.
how
Miss
regular
Borum.
was Ms. Borum checking in with Ms. Heard?
Very regular.
Miss Borum.
Very
Very
regular.
nice.
Saw her, yes.
Would you have seen her on a daily basis?
I don't believe it was a daily basis, but I know had daily contact with her in some way.
Would Ms. Borum have seen Ms. Heard in
Miss
person
Borum.
on at least a weekly
Miss
basis?
Heard.
Yes.
Are there times that Ms. Borum traveled with Ms. Heard?
Miss Boring.
Yes.
Trail. Miss Heard.
And as a registered nurse, does Ms. Borum have an obligation to report any suspected
Maybe it
abuse
is
of her
one.
patient to you? Alex, could you please pull up document H?
Oh, God, this is so damn funny. I would get a kick out of reading the.
Closed captions.
Yeah. Miss Heard spelled MISHEARD. Miss Form, Miss Boring.
Alex, is this Kipper Exhibit 34? Yes. Dr. Kipper, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a document.
It's an initial intake of that care.
I'm going to scroll down a bit and just show you that there are future entries on this document as well.
Scroll lower, just a little lower.
I do.
Right there.
I'm assuming, I don't want to make an assumption, but I would believe these notes are from Aaron Forum. But if you'll give me a second to look at this, I can be more specific.
Certainly. Let me know if you'd like me to go through the document a bit more. I can do that for you.
Yes, these are notes from Aaron Forum.
Does this document reflect any of your own notes on Ms. Heard?
This reflects my treatment recommendations.
But these are Miss Forum's notes.
Miss Borum. Miss Forums.
Did you ask Ms. Forum to maintain these notes?
This forum now.
And for what purpose?
Because she was monitoring a patient and I needed to be informed of how the patient was doing and
Thank
for
you.
any adjustments of treatment.
Did you tell Ms. Moore what type of information should be documented in the notes?
No.
And would there be anything that you expressly asked her not to document?
No.
Do you understand that Ms. Borum used her training and judgment in preparing these notes?
Yes, I do.
You weren't telling her what to include in these notes. She was drafting them on her own. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Have you reviewed these notes before?
I have reviewed these notes.
Have you reviewed them in their entirety?
Yes, but not recently.
And how often would you review Ms. Borum's notes on Ms. Heard?
As much as I wanted
review
to.
my nurses' notes as they come in, so that would be on a real-time basis.
And going back to the first page, do you see this entry is dated August 27th, 2014?
Yes,
Does this refresh your recollection as to when Ms. Borum would have been assigned to Ms. Heard?
yes,
And does this at all refresh your recollection as to when you started treating Ms. Heard?
There,
yes.
that might have got rid of the extra hiss.
time.
During the time that you treated Ms. Heard, did she ever seek treatment from you for injuries that appeared to be the result of domestic abuse?
No, she did not.
Did she ever seek treatment from you for any injuries that she told you were caused by Mr. Depp?
No, she
Mr.
did not.
Depp.
And did Ms. Heard ever tell you that Mr. Depp abused
So
her?
metal.
No,
This
she did not.
herd, like a herd of buffalo,
You never witnessed any
cows.
physical abuse by Mr. Depp against Ms. Heard during the time that you treated both of them?
No, never.
If Ms. Bourne observed that Ms. Heard had any physical injuries, is this something that would have been documented in her patient notes for Ms. Heard?
Yes, absolutely.
This
In
hard.
March 2015, you traveled down to Australia to attend to Mr. Depp, is that right?
Yes,
And at the time, Mr. Depp was already in Australia, correct?
correct.
And
Or else
was
why
Ms.
would I
Lloyd
go
with
there?
him?
Yes,
And was Ms. Heard with him?
yes.
Miss Heard with
When you
him.
arrived in
Yes.
Australia, when did you first see Mr. Depp?
I believe it was the
Mr.
day
Depp.
after I arrived.
And where did you see him?
I saw him at his home in Australia.
Eating candy
And
bars
how
in a
long did you
bathing
meet with
suit,
him during that time?
smoking cools.
Probably an hour.
When you first met with Mr. Depp in Australia, did you see the home that he was staying in?
Yes,
And was it a standalone house?
yes.
Was there a fence around the house?
I'm sorry?
Was there a fence around the house?
That I can't recall.
Do you recall whether Mr. Depp's security team was at the property?
Yes, they were.
Where did you see them?
Around the
I saw
property.
them in and around the house.
Do you recall how many security personnel there were?
2 to 3.
Now, after you arrived in Australia, at some point you were notified that Mr. Depp had been injured, correct?
Yes,
And I believe this was covered earlier in your deposition. You actually received a text message from Mr. Depp, correct?
yes,
Mr. Depp.
And after you received that message, did you go directly to Mr. Depp?
yes,
And Ms. Lloyd came with you?
yes,
And I believe you said that Mr. Depp was outside
Mr.
the property
Doug.
in a car at that time, right?
that's correct.
Was Mr. Depp's security team there with him?
Yes,
And you examined Mr. Depp in the car with his security team present?
yes, I saw him seated in the car when I arrived.
Did Mr. Depp tell you what had happened to his finger at that time?
Yes,
How long did you attend to Mr. Depp outside of the house?
not long, probably a half hour, because I needed to get him to the emergency room.
So immediately after meeting him at the house, you went with him to the emergency room?
Yes, I cleaned his wound to the best that I could with the supplies that we had, and then took him. So it was within a half hour that we left.
Did you return to the house after bringing Mr. Depp to the hospital?
No, I was taken back to my hotel.
After you attended to Mr. Depp and before you went to the hospital with him,
Mr.
did you go
Devin, a
inside
new
the
one.
house?
No,
This is about his finger getting mutilated
You
into
did
a
not
hospital.
go inside the property the
So he
day
had
that
the shocker.
Mr. Depp contacted you about his injured finger?
no, I did go into the house, as I had stated, that after I
Called
saw
him
him
Stubby.
initially, I went into the home to see the home. I
And
had,
that was before you went to the hospital with him?
yes, I went in to instruct one of the people with him to look for the tip of the finger, hoping that we would be able to put it back.
Was the tip of the finger found?
It was found.
Who found it?
I believe this man was their chef.
And do you know where he found it or where he told you he found it?
He
Not
said he
on
found
his
it in
hand,
the
that's for
kitchen
sure.
area.
When you went into the house, did you see Miss Heard?
Yes,
And how did she appear?
she was certainly upset.
Did Miss Heard seek any medical attention from you for any injuries at that time?
No,
Did Miss Heard seek any medical attention from Miss Lloyd at that time?
no,
Did you observe any physical injuries to Miss Heard when you saw her that March 7, 2015?
no.
So Miss Heard did not have any observable bruises that you saw.
That's correct.
Read.
And did Miss Heard appear to have a broken nose? Was Miss Heard's face swollen at all when you saw her?
Not that I was aware of, no.
Did Miss Heard have any cuts on her arms when you saw her?
Not that I can recall.
Did you recall seeing any cuts on her feet or any other part of her body?
I can't recall.
If Miss Heard had appeared to have been injured, is this something that you would have documented?
Yes,
Did you observe any broken glass in the house?
yes,
Could you tell what the glass was from?
no,
Was there blood around the broken glass?
there was blood around the home, as I had previously mentioned, but I didn't specifically see blood on glass.
Where did you see the broken glass?
In the kitchen area.
And that's where the finger, the part of the finger was found as well?
Yes,
Just call me the shocker.
Oh no.
Alex, could you please
Serious.
bring up
That's what she
I believe
did.
is marked as Kipper Exhibit 17?
Took off that finger.
Dr. Kipper, you recognize
I
this
don't know what that
document
means.
from earlier in the
Could you
deposition?
explain?
yes.
It's a letter dated.
Okay. So
No.
if you lose your finger right here,
Okay.
okay,
Mm-hmm.
then it leaves you. Well, I mean, you could lose like a whole lot more, and then it would just be like this whole thing right here.
Okay.
And so you would be shocked if it'd be shocking to you. That's all I'm
To lose
saying.
the finger. To lose the finger.
Well,
right? That's the
and you
only
could all
meaning for that.
yeah. You don't know what the meaning is for that?
Oh no. Tell me. I am a sweet summer child.
You want me to show you?
Oh no. on like a grapefruit or you know. Do you have some demonstrative tool at your disposal? You
Well, I got
know.
a couple of bottles over here.
Oh no. Youngly, JR, make them stop.
I got you. Let me distract them real quick. What should I distract them with?
I am your servant. I just give you what you want, hopefully.
There, I
March
just
15th,
distracted them with a
2015,
hot
sent
man.
you to Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
And you did send this letter to Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
Alex, could you please pull up what I've marked as document K? And I believe will be Kipper Exhibit 35.
Where's that clip?
Oh, find it.
Your favorite one, Jess.
Which one? Oh no.
Lesbians.
It's so funny. I love exiting on that one. It's so good.
Ah, this is so great. What does it say? Miss Amber Heard is a 29-year-old English-speaking Caucasian female with a past medical history of insomnia, anxiety, and attention deficit disorder. Today, a patient reports a headache after she bumped her head while standing up 2 days ago. Patient reports no loss of consciousness, no nausea or vomiting from the shocker, and no change in mental status or vision changes. Well, she hadn't gone blind from it. There you go. Last seen on the office 12/23/2015. The patient has not experienced any cardiovascular events. Systematically, she didn't lose chest pain or dyspnea, ankle, and she had down. Yeah, I can't pronounce
Are
any
we
of
in
those words.
reverse right now?
Okay.
I had a hard
Is this
time reading
like-
what the hell they were saying.
Alrighty.
Is he in
Recognize this
reverse?
document?
Yes.
And what is it?
If you could just, for my verification, can you scroll down to the bottom, please?
It goes on for 2 pages.
Yes, I'm familiar with this document.
Oh,
yes.
wait, that was pretty cool. Give me a second. I gotta go back just a little bit. It says skin intact, normal color, moisture, hair distribution, texture, anger, something I can't understand what that is. Conjunctival, mucous membranes, cap refill, nail beds, no signs of cyanosis, molting, jaundice, neck, supple, trachea, red lean, no JVD, no cartharide brutus noted. What, brutus? Okay. Yeah, they're just, at present, patient is awake, alert, fully oriented. There's no evidence of cognitive or language dysfunction. Cranial nerves, visual fields are full. Extraocular movements full. There's no evidence of astigmatism noted. There's no facial asymmetry noted. So, saying that she looks fine, that basically is what they're saying. Probably just doing too much drugs.
Yes,
Drugs are bad.
I'm familiar with this document, yes.
Did you prepare this document?
No.
Is this a document that was prepared by someone who works for you?
This was prepared by Monroe Tinker, who is a nurse practitioner who worked for me at that time.
Is this a record that's ordinarily prepared and maintained in the course of your business?
Yes,
And have you reviewed this document before?
yes.
When would you have reviewed it?
I reviewed it immediately after the visit, probably the next day. And I also reviewed this a couple weeks ago.
I'd just like to direct your attention to the last page. Is this your signature here?
Yes.
And when would you have signed this?
That was confirming that I reviewed Mr. Tinker's notes.
Mr. Tinker.
Going back to the top,
Hello, Mr.
this
Tinker.
is a patient record for Ms.
How
Heard,
are
correct?
you today?
Yes.
And this, where it says date
Epic
December
music
17,
video.
2015, is that the date of this, that's the date of this document?
Yes.
And the document states phone call consultation headache, correct?
It's
Yes.
actually Mr.
So,
Crinkle, but Mr.
Does
Tinker
that
works
mean
for
that
me.
on December
I know.
17th, 2015, Ms. Heard called the offices to report a headache?
Yes.
And right below this, there's a paragraph that starts out with HPI. What does that stand for?
History of present illness.
And
Oh.
is the information in
I was
this
gonna say something else.
paragraph what Ms. Heard reported during her phone consultation?
That's written. I
Something
was
like
not there,
Bird
but
puts
that's
it
what's
in
written.
or something like that.
States today the patient reports a headache after she bumped her head while standing up 2 days ago, correct?
Yes.
And a couple sentences below that, it says last seen in the office on 12/23/2015. Is that an
Hey,
error?
Jack.
Or
Sorry,
did she
lad.
come back
Good to
in
see you,
later?
man.
No, I think
Appreciate
that's got to be an
He's a
error.
good one.
Yes.
So based on this document, it's your understanding that Ms. Heard called the office on December 17th.
Yes.
Yes. Maybe.
Scrolling down
Of course.
to the bottom here, it says objective data physical exam. Do you see that?
Yes.
Does that mean that Ms. Heard came into the offices for a physical examination?
This
That's what it
herd,
signifies, yes.
the
And
whole
would that
herd,
have also been on December
was a
17th,
stampede.
2015?
Yes. This note reflects that visit. Everything in this note reflects that visit.
So she was fine.
And so Monroe would have also performed that physical examination?
Monroe did perform that physical examination. I did not see Ms. Heard. Monroe saw Ms. Heard.
And the information
Monroe.
below this heading of physical exam, which goes on to the next page, are these the findings from Ms. Heard's physical exam on December 17th?
Correct.
And if Ms. Heard had any physical injuries, would those have been noted in this portion of the document?
Yes.
And there are some medical terms in here, but so if you could let me know, does any of this indicate that there were physical injuries that were documented?
No.
So he's a Hollywood doctor, right?
Does this document indicate that a concussion check was
He's-
performed?
He is he's a very specialized doctor that only handles like celebrities and such because that's where he's getting all of his referrals from. And
Mhm.
also because he doesn't disclose all of the information about him. Like whenever they asked him who referred him, he was like another patient. Like, I'm not going into
Got
it.
it.
Wasn't like he said, oh, Jess referred me. He doesn't have to do that. And he only takes them by reference and he charges a lot of money, but he will go to
Mhm.
them. He's like personal doctor, shows up to their house so they don't have to show up at a doctor's office. He's basically out at their beck and call. And if he can't be there, he'll send one of his staff, especially if they're going through some sort of crisis situation.
Private
Uh,
doctor.
Doesn't violate HIPAA, basically.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fine.
Which
they're not supposed
HIPAA is
to do
such
that
a
anyway.
bunch of BS anyway. I mean,
Yeah.
people don't realize that how much stuff you can get away with that crap on. So, okay.
Yeah. Does he? Okay. So I asked specifically if he was a Hollywood doctor, and yes, with celebrities and whatnot, but he has such an unnatural look about him that just,
Mhm.
I don't know. He's had a lot of work done, right? Because
Look,
Probably.
probably. I mean, he looks, first time I saw him, I thought this was Jeffrey Epstein.
he has an odd. There's something off for me. Like when I see him, it's like, okay, I see that he's aged and he's all these things, but at the same time, there's something not quite right. And I'm like, oh, Hollywood doctor, that kind of thing. I mean, he's had
The
work done.
face.
And,
Yeah.
and no
More
criticism.
than
It's
likely.
just it explains the odd for me because
Well, he's a little man with a big head.
is he little? Do we know?
Yeah, I imagine so.
Oh, okay.
Like his head is disproportionate to the rest of his body.
Like a Funko Pop.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot like that.
Okay.
Bobblehead.
I know what that is. It took me a second to register. I was like, yes, that. Man, what's the temperature where you guys are at? Just curious.
Yes. It's nice to have the window cracked, but it is currently 57 degrees out.
Yeah, that is a little chilly. I mean, for California, that's a little
It's
chilly.
warm. The office is warm because we have the computers and stuff on. It usually stays warmer in here, but
It's all that
windows
Bitcoin
cracked about
mining you're
5.
doing.
It says
Yeah,
it's 70 outside, but it's cold AF in my room.
Yeah, it's like 48 here, and it's supposed to get down to 32, I think, something like that tonight.
Oof.
So not for
But
very long.
Jess, you have the humidity for where you are, right? So it adds, because like when I lived in Ventura County growing up, when it was like 65, 70, it was cold because we were only like 15, 20 miles away from the ocean and it was humid. Do you have that thing too?
Kind of.
Hmm.
Kind of.
Yeah, I live in a
But it's
very
like,
dry
it's
area.
really weird. Like, it says it's 70 outside, but like the inside of the house feels colder than that. But I'm assuming it's because it's an old house. I don't know.
Could be.
Or like when it's like super hot outside, the house just turns into an oven. I don't, it's weird.
Like bad insulation kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yes.
He said yes.
And what were the results of that?
Under the assessment and plan as written, Mr. Tinker did not indicate concussion under his assessment.
Under assessment and plan, item 4 says that Dr. Kipper is aware of the medical plan and is in agreement. That's consistent with your recollection?
Yes.
And I believe you testified you didn't see Ms. Heard on December 17th, correct?
It's heard again.
How were you informed of the medical plan?
I spoke to Mr. Tinker by telephone.
And would that conversation have happened on the
Mr.
17th as
Tinker,
well?
how are you today?
Alex, could you please pull up document L?
How is he and this is a good question right here. How is this doc being questioned about another provider's exam? That provider worked under his supervision, because it would have been a little bit of a conflict if he would have been seeing both Johnny and Amber, because he's like, no, I work for him, so he has somebody in his office that works for Amber, a different doctor altogether. He personally handles Johnny. That's why he's able to speak on it, because this does come out of his office and he was signing off on everything. So
Right. So he doesn't treat her, but he still has access to the records.
yes, because it is out of his office. He doesn't personally treat her, so he can speak on it.
And I believe this is what will be marked as Kipper Exhibit 36. Dr. Kipper, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I recognize it upon looking at it, yes.
What do you
Oh,
recognize?
it looks like Amber Heard sending a
That's
letter
an email from Ms. Heard to me,
wanting her
requesting
medical
medical
records from
records
December.
for that month of December.
December 2015?
Yes.
And do you recall receiving this email?
I don't recall receiving it, but I'm sure I did, and I'm sure I reviewed it. Yes.
And you see that the email is dated August 8th, 2016, correct?
Yes.
And you have no reason to doubt that you received the email on or around that date?
Correct.
On August 8th, 2016, was Ms. Heard still your patient?
I believe so, but I can't be sure.
Now, I'm going to read from this email here. Ms. Heard writes to you, as per our conversation earlier, is it possible to get my medical records from the month of December, please? I know I saw Monroe during one of my office visits, if it makes it easier for you to find. I'm not sure. Anyway, it was great talking to you.
When the wind blows, the cradle will rock.
Stop.
Your references speaking to you earlier in this email, correct?
Yes,
Do you recall having spoken to Ms. Heard before receiving this email?
I can't remember.
You don't remember anything about a conversation that you might have had with Ms. Heard prior to receiving this email?
No, I can't recall that.
And I believe you already stated this, but you understand Ms. Heard to be requesting medical records from December 2015, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Heard mentions Monroe in this email as well, correct?
Correct.
And Monroe is the nurse practitioner that Ms. Heard saw on December 17, 2015, right?
Yes.
Did you provide Ms. Heard with her medical records for December 2015?
I believe so.
And do you recall what those records consisted of?
The one we just reviewed.
Was that the only one for December 2015?
Again, I would have to research your chart for that information, but I know at least it was.
I was watching something and all I heard, and just I'm gonna mute it so you can sort of hear what I heard. You'll see what I'm talking about in a second.
Would you misheard?
No, just watch.
Misheard. Never mind.
Watch. That's all I heard whenever I saw that was just this. Sorry, I'm punch drunk. Just I saw her that interaction. I was like, it just looked like she was just snorting at her.
No.
In the over 6 years that you've known Mr. Depp, have you ever
I'll be back.
witnessed him be physically abusive to any person?
Never.
I got to do it. That's pretty smoking right there. Don't you agree?
Definite smoke show.
And you've never witnessed him be physically abusive to Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
You've also known Ms. Heard for over 6 years at this point, correct?
Yes, although I've not seen Ms. Heard for at least a couple years, perhaps 3 years.
In the 6 years that you treated or in the over 6 years you've treated Mr. Depp, has Mr. Depp ever complained to you that Ms. Heard has physically abused him?
No, not that I can recall.
Ooh.
Have you ever
Okay, here it
witnessed
goes.
Ms. Heard be physically abusive to Mr. Depp?
No.
Outside of the bottle being slung
Has
at him
anyone
and
who
taken off
works
his
for
finger.
you or reports to you
But he never personally
ever
saw it.
reported to you that they witnessed Ms. Heard be physically abusive to Mr. Depp?
No, not that I can recall.
You testified earlier,
What's
some questions
this?
from Ms. Myers
kissy?
that the
Let's
tip
be
of
honest.
Mr. Depp's finger was found in the kitchen, found on the floor of the kitchen in the home in Australia, correct?
Right.
Where, do you know where the kitchen was? Was it on what floor the kitchen was?
Good to
There was
see
a
you.
downstairs
Good to
below
see
the
you.
kitchen area. I think those, I'm not really sure. I think those were bedrooms, but I'm not positive. So this would be on the main floor. The kitchen was on the main floor as you went into the home.
And that's where the tip of the finger was found in the kitchen on the main floor.
Yes.
No, there was a text message where you got a text message from Mr. Depp,
Yes.
and he said he cut his finger, correct?
I think that's what it said. Yes.
Okay. And the reference from the emergency room said that Mr. Depp had sliced his finger with a knife, correct?
Yes, that's what he told, because I was present for that. That's what he told the emergency room doctor.
Okay. So Mr. Depp told the emergency room doctor that he had cut his finger with a knife, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't put that in any of your notes that a bottle was thrown at Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
Did Mr. Depp have any cuts anywhere else on his face or anywhere else that would come from glass? Now, if Ms. Heard told Ms. Borum that Mr. Depp had hit her in the face several times and sent her pictures of bruises, would you expect Ms. Borum to report that in her notes?
I would have expected Ms. Borum to send me those pictures.
So you would have expected to see those pictures from Ms. Borum, is that correct?
Yes.
And you would have expected, and you would have wanted Ms. Borum to, if she had seen a text that said, I was hit in the face by Ms. Heard and then received pictures of bruises, that Ms. Borum would report that to you, correct?
Yeah.
Is that an instruction that you gave to your nurses to report to you any abuse that they saw or were reported to them?
Yes, if they saw that as valid, Ms. Heard, for example, if somebody hurt Ms. Heard while she was under the direct care of Ms. Borum, and Ms. Borum documented that Ms. Heard had been injured, she certainly would have reported that to me.
That's what your expectation would be, that she can report.
Dr. Kipper, did you keep any notes of your treatment of Mr. Depp while he was in Australia?
Mr. Deckwell.
Other than the summary notes, no.
And was Miss Lloyd with you when Mr. Depp told you what had happened to his finger before you brought him to the hospital?
I believe yes. I'm not positive, but I believe yes, because she was helping me at the car to try to clean out that finger, which is when he explained what happened.
So you believe that Miss Lloyd would have heard Mr. Depp's explanation?
I believe so.
All right, that completes the deposition. And the
God,
next
thank
witness is also
God.
by deposition, is that correct?
That's
Oh,
correct, Your
no.
Honor, Debbie Boyd.
All right, well, why don't we go ahead and take our morning break? It's a little
All right, expert, how you doing, brother?
All right, happy Halloween. How are y'all?
Happy Halloween. Did you feed any did you feed your pups with some yummy children?
I give my dogs lots of chocolates. That's
There
what they
you
like.
go.
They like
Yeah.
the chocolate bars. Dude, man, you know what happened? We had the Joker showed up.
Nice.
Like all the Batman villains were there. And
No Batman.
I about went and got my Batman mask.
No.
Hang
He
on a
is
second.
Batman.
I would do what?
You are Batman.
I do have a
I'm
mask.
sorry. I didn't mean to expose you.
Well, nobody
You
would
can
believe
expose
it.
yourself anytime you want, but I did not mean to expose
Yeah, I
you.
will.
Don't be doing that here, sir.
Anyway,
Oh,
it
busy.
was
Don't need to be making me feel small.
no, we had the entire every villain, and like this little kid, he's the Joker. We've got the full size candy bars, right? And
as you should.
He's like, oh, and he just jumps in, and he grabs as many as his little hand could hold, like 4 or 5 of them. He should have heard my wife's like, dude, you can't take that many. You gotta put 4 back. And it's like, well, no, give them to everybody else. And they were like, well, I don't want the Hershey's. I want the, this or that. So anyway, she's like, well, just give them to your parents. And I was like, oh, the Joker stole all of our candy. Yeah, we actually had to shut down because of we giving out so much candy.
Oh, geez. Yeah, none show up at our house.
But
If
don't
they
you-
do, they're usually scared to death.
What you Fred?
They don't do door to door here because I live in the middle of nowhere. So they do like a trunk or treat in, the city about 20 miles away.
So they
don't have to worry about it.
So do they say if you don't get enough treats, you can't ride back? Is that the trick?
I've never gone.
You should do it. You'd be like, drive them out there and say, all right, if you don't empty out half your bags into my bag, You're gonna be walking a long ways.
Oh, I'm the villain in this. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
That's
You
awesome.
got to show up looking like, you know, a Batman villain.
Poison
Oh,
Ivy.
that's awesome.
There you go. Poison Ivy.
The gin.
Is that your villain of choice? Like there was a Catwoman out there.
Oh,
I was
she had
like,
the
that's
whip.
cool.
Like a
Oh,
little
I didn't
kid
check that out.
Catwoman.
I was
Wait,
keeping my
wait, wait,
eye on the
wait.
Joker.
That's a little creepy.
How old are we talking?
She was the oldest. She was maybe like
Oh,
12
full.
or something.
Oh no. I was thinking full size, you know, Catwoman, like 20 plus.
Oh, it was full size costume, but it was Michelle Pfeiffer too. It was that costume. And I was like,
Did you
I mean, they were
know?
really good costumes, but I kept my eye on the Joker because he's taking all the candy.
Yeah, that's who you had to keep your eye on, little Joker.
You gotta watch out
Did
for
you-
him.
Did you know that Michelle Pfeiffer in the scene where she like cracks her whip and she like knocks off the mannequins' heads off? She did that all in one take.
Well, that woman's had practice.
True story. True story.
That's awesome. Did she ever make another movie after that?
I don't know.
Yeah, she did. I'm not like a Michelle Pfeiffer fan, but
She
I was
made
a
that
fan of
teacher
her in
movie.
that.
Yeah, she made that teacher movie.
Oh, Gangster's
Hey,
Paradise.
who killed Coolio? Did we ever figure
Criminal
that one out?
Minds. The Hollywood elites.
The Hollywood.
Allegedly.
Coolio ripped off his song.
Coolio ripped off whose song?
The song he did in that Michelle Pfeiffer movie.
Gangster in Paradise.
Gangster's Paradise? He ripped it off from
Yeah.
who?
Like Weird Al or something.
Strike
Yeah,
that,
it was-
reverse it.
No,
No,
serious.
I'm serious. Look it up. It's like some like 1970s ABBA or something.
Something like that. Yeah.
Weirdest thing in the world. How you doing there, Reloaded?
Hi, expert.
Mama duties?
Good boy, you listen to me.
Of
Well,
course I do.
Expert's a little disappointed.
Why?
He was hoping for the uniform again.
Yeah, I can't dress as Hollywood.
No, I just got home from work. I'm not gonna do my hair and makeup just to put a costume on. I'm too tired.
We'll wait.
Well, that's
We'll wait.
oh my gosh. High cholesterol killed Coolio. That's not fun. Fun.
That's not a fun story.
By the
at
way,
all.
Jamie, how are you doing? Oh wait, hold on. Jamie goes, you don't do Thanksgiving? Do y'all do Thanksgiving?
Oh yeah.
A lot of
weird.
people skip it.
Yeah.
I'm not doing anything online for Thanksgiving or anywhere around Thanksgiving. Normally it would not be a problem because, you know, well, maybe I will. We'll have to see.
This guy?
My in-laws are coming into town. So
Oh, you're gonna be on butler duty.
yeah. So it's
That's cool.
gonna be hard to stream.
the
I will
camera.
if I'm able to.
Camera. There you go.
Oh,
But we're
no,
getting-
I've got a work meeting. I've got a virtual meeting. Bye, family.
We got no, it's not that.
No.
No.
Damn.
No, my wife won't let me get away with that crap.
Oh. That's usually my excuse when I need the grandparents to watch the child during the daytime. Like, yeah, I've got a Zoom call. I've got a work thing I got to do. Could you watch her for a little while?
Yeah, for 5
That's
hours
awesome.
while I
No,
stream.
during the day. The daytime streams are only like up to 2 hours max.
Jeez. No, I should be nice and spend time with the family. I mean, they're driving all the way up from Florida, so might as well be nice to them or something.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah. That's a good
Jamie, this is Angel. He's actually a little devil.
He's a
thing.
little
Yeah, he
shit.
is.
Zeus is cooler.
Well, you know.
This is Angel also.
Dropped a grumpy.
Yes, that is
He
Angel
drops
dropping a
grumpies.
grumpy.
Mhm.
Here, let me show her Zeus.
Oh, that I was going through all your little videos. Those are awesome.
Oh
That's
man.
Zeus. He's a cool kid on the block for sure.
That's awesome. It's
That's so cool.
Oh no, you put a grumpy on my face.
Well, there is a grumpy on your face.
No.
There is a grumpy on your
Really?
I
face.
thought I
Really?
thought I washed
Like
that
that?
off. Oh no.
Oh gosh.
I'm slinging it at you. Sorry.
Oh,
I
don't
won't
do
it
that.
again.
Monkey
I
see,
won't,
monkey do, whatever.
I won't do that again.
Hey, did y'all ever have sea monkeys? Do you know what I'm talking about?
The
Sea
little
monkeys?
the little water dudes that do not look
Yeah.
like monkeys. They're just like little water parasites or something. You're like,
Well,
what are
they
they called?
didn't. They were supposed to
They're
like
not
build
parasites.
castles and all that stuff according to the box.
Lies.
Yeah, it sucked.
They don't. Do they not build castles?
No, they're just brine shrimp.
Hey,
How
phrase
big
it.
do they get?
Like you have to use a little magnifying glass. You know.
Yeah. I mean, at best you can see them like look around.
So if you shine a light on them, do they get bigger?
Is that what works for you?
I don't know.
What is it?
Joking.
I mean, maybe they're
Jamie's
really
mom wouldn't let her
exposed.
get any.
I mean, we could try it. You want to find out? We'll shine a light
got a
on it. See if
flashlight
it
right
gets
here.
bigger.
Wow.
I got a bright light. Really bright light here somewhere. Would a bright light work for it?
There you go. There you go,
I don't
Shizzy.
know. There you go,
Yeah.
Shizzy. Is it working?
Oh, well, he's
Oh
not
my.
shining it on it. I'd have to.
Well,
I'd have to.
Oh no,
I'm
don't do
doing my
that.
part.
No.
Hold on a second. Let me
Well,
go
Shizzy's
ahead and
headline is always getting stronger.
give me a
longer,
second. All right,
something or
shine the light
whatever.
again. Let's see what happens. Yep, getting
Oh
larger.
no.
Getting larger. Can't help it.
Oh
It's
no.
getting huge. Gigantic.
You've summoned the have fun crotch.
Oh no.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no.
Yeah. Hey, and did you ever have you know what we watched last night? It was no, really, do y'all know what we watched last night? I can't remember.
Oh, you're actually asking.
Oh,
what was that movie? Rufus? Ruford? It's Nicolas Cage's new movie. Have you seen that?
No.
He's a vampire. He's Count Dracula.
I just
Renfro.
watched it recently.
Renfro.
Not
Renfro.
Renfield?
Renfield.
Renfield?
Okay.
That's
We
a good
watched it
movie.
together,
Just
right,
got it.
Jess?
We did. And then Case 1000 Men, and I just watched it again. Because we're like, I don't remember the ending. Let's revisit.
I don't think we even watched the ending.
Oh, I wish you
I
hadn't
think
said
we
that
forgot
now.
to watch.
It was
the
really
ending.
late.
Probably,
It was
yeah.
really late.
Well, you know who wrote that? The guy who
No.
did Walking Dead. I didn't know until the credits. But it was a good movie. It was a good movie.
It's fun.
I enjoyed it. Yeah, it was fun.
Fun.
I'm glad to
Gory,
see
but
Nicolas
yeah,
Cage
it's
getting
fun.
his face back. Jamie, they were they're supposed to be like monkeys in the water. But like you couldn't grow them to be monkeys. It'd be cool. But like, monkeys can't swim. Isn't that weird?
On the adverts, right? This is before my time, but I remember them. They would have like fins on their head, and they'd have like tridents, and they would put this whole like
You didn't do
marketing
anything with the
thing set out
tridents.
like they were like little mer people, and if you buy them, you'll have this little castle and all these little humanoid fish people.
You know why?
And then when you
You
get
know-
them, they're just like krill.
No, you had
No.
to get the X-ray specs to see them.
Oh,
the back of
marketing
the
and
comic books.
marketing.
Yeah. You
Yeah,
get
it
the
was in the
X-ray
comics.
specs. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The X-ray specs, you can see them.
Yeah,
That's where you
Renfield
screwed
was.
up.
It was good. It's definitely worth watching. But anyway, yeah, the what was it? The monkey thing. Yeah, so they can't swim, so mine all drowned.
All
I'm
your
so sorry
monkeys
for your
drowned?
loss.
Hey, you know what? Like I was gonna do as a topic once on a Friday Night Live 100 years ago, back in the early days. And Volstor wouldn't let me do it. He was like, I mean, I've never seen anybody get so angry in my life. I have no idea what traumatized him. But
Uh-oh.
have you heard of the mer people?
No.
So like, I
Go
don't know. I got
on.
excited about the whole sea monkey thing. And it's like I found like I watch a lot of old ads for content. And like so like the sea monkeys came up and then it was like, have you seen the sea monkey ad? It's really fun. And then there's like Happy Halloween, MG.
Hey, MG.
Joker stole my candy. And that is truth.
Why would he steal your candy?
But oh yeah, Renfro reminded me of there was an ant farm in it. That's what got me thinking about this. But anyway, the mer people. Yeah, there you go. Look at that. Look at that tactively. What was the word I'm looking for? That fin placement there. And obviously you can tell. Like this is like the king of
Also,
the sea
the
monkeys.
little baby sea monkey covering up the titties.
Perfectly covered.
So tastefully
I mean,
done.
this is like they're gonna be real people. Just add water, that's all. I mean, where do you get excitement like that?
For $1.25.
Well,
You
look
get a
at it.
1 year
So-
supply of growth food.
So you
Gross
have the
food.
little comic family, husband, wife, son, and then you have these little sea monkey family, husband, wife, son, right? So they're really trying to reach. I mean, the
I
marketing.
like that. That's like
Chef's kiss.
oh, here and
That's
we
impeccable.
are looking at this ad. So it's like 3 dimensions, 3 layers here. But look at this. You get living plasma. Living plasma, it says. I mean, you have to pay a bum $70 to get plasma. It's probably 90 now.
Inflation.
Water purifier, a magnificent, fully illustrated manual of sea monkey care, raising,
That's something.
training, and breeding. I was gonna have sea monkey porn.
Oh
And it
no.
was not there. I didn't get to the monkey porn part. And our famous growth guarantee.
You didn't get no
in
monkey
writing.
sex. That's what it is.
In writing.
See,
Yeah,
and then
see-
you grew up and you're like, now all I want to do is have monkey sex.
Well, it's illegal for
Trans
monkeys to
Science
breed.
Corporation.
Is that what it says?
Yeah.
Trans
Transitional
Science
science.
Corporation.
Oh,
Trans
Yeah.
Science.
oh, it is.
It wasn't by science. It was
Look at that Fifth
it
Avenue.
was like
New
Trans
York, New
Ams,
York.
not bicycles.
The trans
Where
are
is
not happy
200
with
Fifth
me.
Avenue, New York, New York? I'm gonna make a road
What
trip.
is
It's like a
happening?
PO box.
Oh, this is another one. It's
That
the
was
same.
that was the one
cartoon.
that I
That's
remember.
what I remember. Yeah. Only $1.
Just add water. Create instant life. Order now and receive a bonus supply.
Bonus supply.
A bonus supply. Please
What?
send.
What is-
Man, you could have got you could have sent $10 and got 10 packets of live sea monkeys in a supply kit.
Little specks.
Bonus hole, baby.
What is happening for $1? Oh, that one doesn't look as
That is your
deep.
actual sea monkey.
That's it, man.
Yep. Look
I
And
at
don't
you
his
see him
little
magnify
wearing a.
that.
fins.
I don't see him wearing a suit, tie, and carrying a briefcase and going to work and bringing home the bacon for the other little sea monkey family
No,
members.
I just wanted
Because
to
sea
breed
monkeys
and I
don't
want
eat
training.
bacon.
I just had a piece of bacon. I made bacon knots tonight with
Bacon
little brown
knots?
sugar. Yeah, you
Bacon
knot up the
candy.
bacon.
Yeah, with the brown sugar. How do you know about that?
Brown sugar and little cayenne pepper.
Pig candy. Do you do it on a grill?
So good. No, I baked it.
Yeah,
I'm
like
from
we'll do it on like the
California.
Big Green Egg. It's the recipe I got for it was I was like, this is way too simple. There's no way, and it's phenomenal. And it was called pig candy, and I was like, oh my gosh, I love this. I didn't get
It's
mine.
pretty freaking good. It wasn't even dinner. It was just like, I have bacon. I need to use the bacon. Gonna try this recipe out. Have it as a side or just a snack later. It's pretty awesome.
I love snack bacon.
Snack bacon is the best bacon.
Snack
Oh,
bacon
no.
It is.
Breakfast burrito bacon is the best bacon. I
Yeah,
don't know,
Jamie, it says
breakfast
you can
burritos are the
train
best.
them.
Yep. Okay.
You do. You stick your finger in there, and they will nibble on it.
Oh my.
Just put
What would you
tiny little
train your
muppet
sea
in there.
monkey to do?
Well, first of all, I'd train it to start wearing some damn clothes because it looked very naked in those pictures.
Start an OnlyFans if you're gonna be a naked sea
Be
monkey.
breeding. It's gonna be breeding,
OnlyFans.
Jamie.
Breeding.
We'd OnlyFans it.
Come on, OnlyFans, your sea monkey.
Yes, that'd be awesome.
Pimp out your sea monkey.
That's what we ought to call this stream.
Sea monkey. Monkey sea
So,
monkey do.
205th Avenue is called Toy Center. It's an office building.
Yeah. And it's basically just a receiving place. So they receive your order and then they send off
Phrasing.
to China to get it. I mean, because isn't that where sea monkeys come from? Is China? China.
China. Oh no.
You know, sea monkeys would be better than 99.999999999% OnlyFans.
It is 410,000 square feet of it is Tiffany and Company. And they're
The more you
reducing
know.
their size to 287,000 square feet.
Yes,
You know,
the stream's
I've
derailed.
never been to
You saw it. I already got yeses on it too. 3 people said yes already.
What happened? No,
I
it's
put a
not
poll
derailed.
in
They're
my
at a
chat
break.
that says derailed yet. 4 people voted yes. Nobody voted no.
I was
They're
one
just
of them.
having
Yes right now.
they're just having a break.
Y'all are funny.
It's
Yeah, I
their
mean,
morning break.
I'm looking to see.
Look, there's 7 hours that's left. There's only
I
an
kind of
hour of
want
Halloween
toast.
left. Oh,
Sourdough.
Vegemite.
Yes, of course.
I'm looking
I'll
at
be
it. and I
back.
don't.
I'm gonna pop some
MJ
toast
approves.
in the toaster.
Yeah, yeah. That's another.
I don't
MJ's
have
my
a
spirit
toaster.
child, literally.
It's only.
We
It's
like
only
to
an hour
say
and
MJ's
a
now.
half.
I want some more toast, please. Constantly.
I'm thinking about getting a toaster.
I'm telling you, she's literally
don't-
my spirit child because I'm obsessed with M&Ms too. I have some every day.
So like for dinner, I'm like, do you want pizza? Do you want dinosaurs? Or do you want or something else? And she's like, hot pizza, dinosaurs, and toast, please, and Cheerios. I'm like,
Dude, you know, that's really easy. So what you do is you get some toast, you make
Mhm.
pizza on it, and then you put dinosaurs on top of it, and she would be in hog heaven.
oh
She
no,
gets
she
all
doesn't
of
Dino
vote at me.
nuggies are bomb. All right, I'm gonna go put some toast in the toaster.
Eat that
All right, I'll get
toast.
this thing
What are
fired back
chicken
up.
fries?
Chicken fries.
Something that they
Yeah.
have at Burger King, and I'm not a patron at Burger King. I just got it. So there's like chicken fingers that are in the shape of like somewhat of like a
I know,
potato
Jamie, what I would-
fry thing. Not my jam.
I know what I do. What I would train the sea monkeys to do.
Yes, Kissy.
Hey, look, it's Steve Gosney.
What's happening? Hello. Hello, mystery person.
If you haven't figured out who that
I
is.
know what I would train the sea monkeys to do.
That's
To
MG.
recreate
No.
The
It's gotta be.
1968
No.
cinematic
I know the headphones.
masterpiece. Charlton Heston's Planet of the Apes.
I mean, I have no idea who this rando is. Get him out of here.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, creepy
It's
lady.
Gosney.
Creepy lady man.
It is not Gosney. Can't be Gosney.
It's not MG. Absolutely not MG.
No. You are so muted. We can't even hear you.
We're so muted, you rando weirdo. We have no idea who you are.
It's not that you're. It's just we can't hear you over that.
Yeah, I know. This damn thing's hard to breathe in.
The accent gives you away.
I know.
But does your wife like it?
Oh no.
She actually
She
wore
ain't
that
run
giving out
anywhere.
candy.
She ain't running
She
anywhere.
wore
so-
that?
Yeah, giving out candy. Yeah.
Well, she's not running because she's chained in the basement. What are you talking about?
She's not chained in the basement. She's eating cheese danishes and pretzels.
No, that's
While
yeah.
chained in the basement. I mean,
No,
it's
wait
not
a second.
mutually
That was
exclusive.
that was Mo that ate the pretzels. Did you guys hear about
No.
that?
My fat ass cat
No.
ate a pretzel.
I thought he ate your fat ass cat ate a
He ate a Danish, and then the kids had left a crumb of pretzel on the floor. They didn't pick up, and he was over there crunching on it.
Oh,
After,
well,
Favorite
after
cat's
he ate the
hungry.
Danish.
Favorite Danish.
Cat's
Go.
hungry.
Cheese.
You know the sea monkeys would be awesome.
Rando, what's your favorite Danish?
Probably
give away at
raspberry or
Halloween?
strawberry or cherry.
Dude.
Chizzy.
What? I was
Favorite
just thinking
Danish.
about giving away sea monkeys at Halloween. Would be awesome.
That's
Just
They'll
tell.
be the,
Just make sure
that
you tell
sounds
the
like you
kids
could
they're
be
not.
charged- No,
Just
that's
make
like
They're
sure
not
you
Pop
tell the
Rocks.
kids
Charged with an
those are not
offense.
pop rocks. Do not.
They're not
put them in
Pop
your
Rocks.
mouth.
No. I mean,
They turn into little humanoids, and you do not want to be eating little humanoids.
you do not want to be distributing something to children that could produce little humanoids. You
do it.
You are opening
do it.
yourself up, mister.
Do it every year.
Yes, this is a great idea.
Oh, this is
What's your
terrible
favorite
idea.
Danish?
Shizzy.
My
Danish.
My favorite Danish. Broken Baker.
Pastry.
Oh, Danish pastry. I think I like the ones that have like a little bit of the jelly in them.
Oh, you like the jelly? You don't like the cream filling?
No, I do like the cream filling ones, but you asked my favorite. It's the
Cheese
ones
Danish.
that have.
All day, every day. Expert.
Yeah. Did you answer for me?
No. No, you
What
go.
did you say?
I like cheese. He likes jelly. And mystery man.
It's not really jelly. It's more like a preserve. It's just that it has fresh.
You
fruit.
answered for me.
I did or he did?
You did.
Cheese?
Hello,
Oh,
I'm an
you-
American.
Oh, yeah.
You
Like,
like- you
who's
like-
gonna go for fruit over cheese?
Oh, it's
Oh,
so
hey, do you like
good.
brie? Like a baked brie, where it's like wrapped in a pastry? Oh,
In small doses, yes. I think it's
Yeah, in small
pretty-
doses. It's
rich.
pretty. Yeah,
Yeah. But
like if you can
Hell
get that brie and you just scoop a little bit of that out and put it on a cracker.
I love crackers.
but it's like you wrap it in croissant.
Yeah, but you
Ooh.
do like a little bit of brie with a little bit of like fruit compote.
Holy shit.
And-
MG Law is here. Where did you come from?
Dude,
Holy cow!
welcome to the show,
Just
dude.
snuck
going?
right the hell in there.
Oh, were we not cussing? I'm sorry.
Wait, Mo was a salted pretzel? I know
was
she was
salted?
licking the salt off of the sides of a pretzel and had to go see something about her husband. It was the weirdest stream. I don't know what happened. I came
Wait,
into
she-
it.
She was licking salt off the side of her husband.
She was licking salt off the
doesn't?
side of a pretzel. She doesn't like salty pretzels,
but
but she got one.
she
And so
likes
she
the
was
salt.
licking the salt off the side because she doesn't want her. She wants her salt. She likes soft pretzels, but hard pretzels she likes with salt. It was so. I didn't understand. I kept saying like, what's soft? You lick the soft ones until it gets hard and salty. With her husband, she said something about her husband. I'm like, what's going
Being
on
hard
here?
and salty.
And she was just like, I gotta go. And she ended her stream. And I'm like, what just happened there? And then Jamie sent me a message and said, you just yeeted Mo's stream. And I'm like, I just wanted to know about the pretzels. Like, actually, have you guys ever had a cinnamon sugar pretzel? Soft pretzel? Those are pretty good.
Yes. Very good.
Yeah,
not
Also,
bad.
regular soft pretzels with spicy mustard or just mustard.
Well, it's
I wonder
always
if a savory versus
No, I like the cheese.
versus a
I like
sweet.
I like the
Ooh,
soft
beer cheese?
pretzels that you do cheese with. Oh, those are good.
he likes to go to
Yeah.
Sam's and get the pizza pretzels.
Oh,
I just saw those the other day.
They're good too.
No.
I've had them.
That sounds like I'm gonna gain 30 more pounds. Like,
Oh yeah. Hold on. What are you talking about? The mustard? Are we having? Is this going to a mustard stream?
no, I'm talking about like
Sounds like it's a
German
pretzel
pretzels.
stream
Like,
right now.
so when you order a German pretzel at like, let's say, a particular restaurant in Sacramento, they
Honey,
bring
I
you-
live in East Tennessee. Do you think we got
Yeah.
things like German pretzels and
they
like
bring you
New
a
England
big-
pretzels and Miami Beach pretzels? Nah, man, we just got a pretzel.
We got
Shut up,
It's
pretzel.
usually a
Ken.
roll
Shut
gold.
up, Zombie Ken. No,
A
but
pretzel.
so you'd
Exactly.
order like a German pretzel, right? And they bring it to you on this like hook thing because presentation or whatever. It's California.
Yeah, but what is she wearing?
right? Not much. Electrical tape. Have you
I
seen
love
that
it.
post?
Seen what?
That was
Well, those things have been around forever.
What?
I know. I used to wear electrical tape X's when I went clubbing. It's not new, but this chick, she's something else.
I saw that.
Lady Law had reposted it.
Yeah, but the only thing is she reposted something that wasn't true. It
because
happens.
it wasn't Dolce and Gabbana. It was just this other tape designer or whatever. Is
Yeah.
that what you're talking about?
Yeah,
It got community noted.
of course. Because everybody knows if you're looking at women wearing duct tape, you know where it comes from.
Home Depot.
I don't know. I've seen
Dolce and
some.
Gabbana's-
I've seen some women wearing duct tape at Home Depot, and I wish they would just put it away.
Oh no! Any woman that's at Home Depot, you do not want to see them wearing duct tape. Not duct tape.
No.
Well,
Dude.
maybe duct tape, but electrical tape, no.
I mean, if
Shizzy.
they're wearing maybe duct tape and like maybe duct tape to the floor or something, but
I've seen that movie. Shizzy, Jamie's better than your AI.
it was right at the end of the stream. You made a comment about her husband. She went into a rant about how she saves the salt. She picks off the pretzel to be salted pretzel to seduce her husband.
What? He puts the salt on herself.
Do you
Yes.
see what I'm saying? I was like, I have no idea what happened.
Wait, the
Damn, Jamie,
mid-aughts
why
had
aren't
the
you
girls
writing
of-
some of that stuff for the AI? Like be sending that stuff in there.
Maybe she is an AI.
Wait till mid-aughts and the girls of Home Depot and Playboy or something. Actually, there is the Krispy Kreme calendar.
Real.
Have you seen the Krispy Kreme calendar?
They covered in glaze.
No.
Don't look at it. Whatever you do not look at it.
Well, you-
Do
now
not
experts
look at the
like-
Krispy Kreme donut calendar. No, do not. You're thinking glazed. You do not want to see this glazed.
Well, I mean,
Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm telling you.
No, I got a couple things for you. Oh, you
Just
know what? I'm gonna get that actually. Where
do
is
it.
this?
I see you wanting to look. I
Yeah.
can see that look.
Hold on.
Oh, I'm doing worse than that.
I've got to add something to StreamYard here real quick. Courtesy of MG Law, no less. No less.
What?
No less.
No lust. No lust.
No less. No less.
You know what? Triple stuffed and
Some-
glazed
some-
all day, every day.
right. I
My
forgot to
soundbite.
play that when you were on stream the other night.
You
Me.
did.
You got off light. I was like, oh, I forgot to play this.
Yeah. Don't ever look up Krispy Kreme calendar girls.
Now I'm gonna look it up.
Telling you, you're gonna be disappointed.
I have high expectations for this, so yeah, I'm
Mm.
gonna be disappointed. I am always disappointed.
You're disappointed?
Calendar?
Yeah, Krispy Kreme calendar.
Is there
You
a
know it's gonna be
particular
like
year that we're looking up?
what you would imagine.
Any year.
people that eat lots of Krispy Kreme look at?
Do you know how to spell Krispy Kreme? It's spelled CREME.
I'm aware.
No, it's not.
Oh no.
Yeah, I told you not to look.
This isn't just disappointed. This is
I
beyond.
told you. I told you not to look it up.
2009 Krispy Kreme the lingerie calendar. These women are hot. No.
Yeah, and I guarantee you that they're wishing that they weren't.
You know what? If I had half of an ounce of the audacity and the confidence of these women, I'd be unstoppable. But I don't. So
What are we looking at?
Oh, you don't want to see it.
At this.
Oh, God. Yeah, you're
That's
bored.
Hold on. I'm not looking at the screen.
I said, like I said, would you figured somebody who eats lots and lots of Krispy Kreme?
Oh wait, hold on. I'm not on the screen.
Look at this.
Oh, cool.
Cool.
Yeah.
Krispy Kreme calendar girls.
Oh no. Oh no. Okay.
Thank you very much, Susie.
We're not.
I've seen November
told
at
you not to
a
look.
nightclub in Nashville.
I'm a rebel.
It's that red hair.
You know.
You want to fight? Let's go.
You need one of those drunk 3PO hats. Welcome to the rebellion. You be the next Star Wars person.
I'm not a Star Wars person. I'm a Star Trek person. But I
I
appreciate
know.
what you're-
They're not mutually exclusive.
I mean, I have the Falcon like right
I know.
there. Like
You see, you're kind of a
Is
Star
that you
Wars
or
girl.
is that your Chad?
him. No, that's husband. He's.
Do you
big
guys
time
have a
Star Wars.
U-shaped entertainment center right there? Like, does he have a computer next to you?
No. This is
Just a big
Don't
long
show it.
desk.
We're still
little
live.
tour.
We're still live.
So there's a wall. There's cabinets. There's me. Desk. It's just a straight desk, but so it's a built-in double desk with cabinetry above.
Is that a vibrator up there, Damn, Jess?
Yes,
What?
it
That
is.
is the Rancor. What are you talking about?
It looks like it does not look like.
Does not look like a Rancor from here.
You don't see the teeth and the arm?
Wow. So what they have on those these days?
Rancor.
Oh, okay.
What's a
I
Rancor?
gotcha.
That's a
Rancor.
biscuit cookie tin.
When in Return of
the
the Jedi,
Iliad.
when Luke goes to Jabba's palace and falls down in the pit, and the big monster.
Oh,
is
that
like,
Rancor.
that's
Oh,
a
yeah, she
Rancor.
played
Yeah.
with it there night. Duh.
Yeah, the big
Ooh.
monster. Big monster in the pit.
And there's my Kapla Klingon neon sign that's not plugged in right now.
Awesome.
Oh, look at your light. That's a cool way to do
Welcome
that
to the
light.
studio tour.
It is.
So no, this is
Oh,
this
wait a
is
second.
these.
How'd you do
Seven.
that?
What?
Did you do what?
Your light. Or I'm gonna break shit. Oh, sorry.
To stop pushing buttons.
Break shit. Isn't that a little bit
really
of
am.
Tomorrow.
break
Holy
shit?
cow.
Tomorrow.
Give me something to break. Remember? No?
I got this thing.
Are you kidding
Doesn't
me?
work.
You don't know the break shit song?
Huh?
No.
What are you
We
talking
just-
about?
We just
Oh,
asked
that
that.
looks awful. Oh my gosh. Like
did you
blinded by
do?
the light. Oh, I turned it off.
What you do is you have the light shining up below you.
Like I do.
Oh man, look what you guys did. Look who
Now
just
it's on.
died.
It fell behind the thing. You're screwed.
You don't know this song?
What's
It's just one of those days where you don't want to wake up. Everybody sucks.
You don't know this song?
Yeah.
The break
That right
shit
there.
Have you ever heard
That'll get us demonetized there.
No, it was like 2.5 seconds. You're fine.
No, it was more than
Don't
that.
worry about
No,
it.
it will. It will do it even off of 1 second.
Okay. It was 8 seconds. Oh, it's at like 10. No?
YouTube does it. I'm the leprechaun.
What's with the upward lighting, Shizzy?
Don't know what
Oh
happened.
my gosh.
It's been fun,
You
guys.
kind of look like a lesbian that way.
You look like you drive a Subaru.
Mm. Why does
Same
guys
thing.
need to drive a Subaru?
I don't know.
Because he's a lesbian.
I mean, that's what he says, but it's like I'm like, what's
Flux,
going
no,
on
Flux
here?
has given he's officially, a lesbian.
Beta male.
I wouldn't say that about.
Show me your goat
God.
bits.
Lesbians.
Did you ever hear Limp Bizkit's version of Faith, the George Michael song?
Yes, because I'm almost 40, of course.
Oh, okay. Well, like I'm not talking about the George Michael song though. I'm talking about Limp Bizkit
Gotta have
did
the
it.
faith, the faith, the faith. Yeah.
Yeah.
My sister
I
had a
may
huge crush on
have,
George Michael, and she found out he was gay as like someone in her 20s at the time, and she was heartbroken, and she went through a whole thing. It's like, also,
I don't-
okay, she is a pattern because she went George Michael,
Boy
heartbreak,
George.
because
Boy
he's gay.
George.
No, Ricky Martin
Ricky Martin
was her second one. It's like, dude.
and then the guy from NSYNC.
No, NSYNC was my era. I did a whole lip sync rally in high school. I was Justin Timberlake before Justin Timberlake was super cool. I had a solo and everything.
Fist yourself, you fucking idiot.
I would if I could. It's really difficult.
Nice work, Bone Daddy.
Daddy?
We ran Veilhammer off. Veilhammer. Gosh, I was-
Bone Daddy.
You gotta test your
my.
limits. But there's
Oh my.
T-Rex arms when you're only so tall or
That's
only
awesome,
so
Lex.
long. I mean, it doesn't,
What?
you know.
Gotta
What happened
comport
to
with
T-Rex?
What?
T-Rex should not be given grenades.
No.
What you're talking about?
I may have played Faith in a bar in Jacksonville, Florida.
Played as an
But it
instrument,
was-
or did you do karaoke?
No, play.
No, it was an open mic night, and so it was the Limp Bizkit version though, because they're not.
Sure it was.
But see, that's what I was worried about. The guy that was singing, he was really cool, but he had to have the lyrics. It was so funny. He was totally wasted. He had this printed out lyric sheet. Got a cool picture of it somewhere.
Oh,
But anyway, yeah.
If I could forever.
Don't you dare. You're going to get us.
Oh,
It's
it's
been 4 seconds.
It doesn't matter. They will tag it.
I thought it's like 10 seconds. What are the
Nope.
parameters for transformative content when you're reviewing stuff that's already on YouTube and
Parameters
commenting on
are-
things?
Well, you
Don't
need to go
do any
check
of it.
the what songs they let you play.
Yeah.
Well, but if you're commenting on
It's
it,
automatically.
Nope, doesn't matter. They'll still
Yeah.
copyright it.
Because
Since
music's
when?
got that RIAA thing. Those
yeah,
damn
well,
lawyers
and
involved.
Okay.
they know that streamers don't have the funds to sue the shit out of them for improperly.
RIAA
Copyright
would have been the
striking them.
greatest lawsuits to ever cover because they were
So-
a complete
And it-
scam, and every attorney
Yep.
involved in them should lose their license.
So
Absolutely.
here's the way that it works. You do that little portion right there, just even a second of it, and what they will do is they can take every single bit of funding that goes into your stream.
That
They can't
particular
take the
as
level.
super
ads.
chats. They can only take
No,
the
you can't
ads.
take that.
They can take all the
Ad
the
revenue.
funds that come in for your ads.
I guess
Yeah.
I've been desensitized
Yeah,
because
the
I'm
whole
not
like
yet
3 cents that
monetized.
you're gonna get.
Yeah.
It's
Once
like copy whatever.
Super chats and all that are gifts.
They're gifts.
yes, but
But
Happy
you still have to
birthday.
claim them on taxes, though, right?
anything else.
Even as
Yeah.
gifts.
Yeah, they're
So
gifts.
it's not really a gift.
Technically, if it's a gift, technically you wouldn't have to, but they could
You
The
still-
new tax thing YouTube put out, they pay
we see
they
it.
take they take
Excuse-
taxes out.
We see you, Snafu.
Do they?
You need to look at the new tax because they changed the way they do taxes a little bit. And when I was reading it, it said,
Yeah, when
you
I
know, when
signed
you
up
get
for it,
paid.
you had to verify it, or they were going to take out like a set percentage if till you were verified. Like
Yeah.
provide your tax information so that they can
What?
proper withhold. They're supposed to do. I mean, they may still do the 1099 though. But if you don't verify your tax information, then they will withhold a set
Nafu.
percentage.
Yes. Sorry, MG. I was trying to
You're
help
right.
the chat and listening to you at the same
Yeah.
time. God, I'm such an idiot. Sorry. Yeah, they're supposed to take it out.
Well, we'll probably on the stream here in a little bit, because I mean, as far as the because it's completely derailed. So
You know
we
what?
won't.
We can bring it back. We can bring
No,
it back.
no,
We can
no.
get back on track.
No, because it is like
My
an
baby's
hour and
gone
a half
locomotive.
of the most boring kind of testimony, because it's
My
the
baby's gone off the track. My
no,
baby's
and
gone
it puts
locomotive.
Baby, come back.
Got to
puts
peel
us
the
on
bitch off
day-
my back.
puts us on day 4. See, we can say we finished off day 3 and we were working on day
Finished off.
Finished it off.
Raising.
want-
Yeah.
Shizzy.
Do you want to see
Giggity,
some
Oh
Shizzy.
my.
giggity.
Oh my.
Giggity.
Oh man, I may have spread rumors about Shizzy.
Uh-oh.
I
Did
always
you?
get rumors about that.
Finishing off. What?
It might be true.
Right. Yeah, it kind of is about that, actually. I guess maybe it's a good rumor. Oh man, I got my sight set on Shiz.
Oh my.
You're
Right
gonna
on his
accidentally
face.
hit your eye. You're gonna accidentally hit your eye and go blind.
No, not me. Oh,
That's cool.
BRB.
that freaked someone
Did she
out.
say
on
beer
stream
me?
one night.
She said BRB.
I like beer me better.
That freaked out somebody one night when I did this. They're like, "What the hell, dude?" It's like, don't worry, they're right out the window.
FBI,
Okay.
open up.
I have that on here.
Yes, she does.
FBI, open up!
I saw the coolest shorts. Did your lights mean to go off?
Whose?
But mine?
Yours. Oh, is that your monitor?
Yeah.
I was
Yeah,
switching
MG.
tabs. Yeah.
Oh wow, it got real dark.
Yeah, I had to move the tab over to the other monitor because it was, since StreamYard doesn't do freaking dark mode.
It
Yeah,
can
that-
if you download the Chrome extension for it.
Oh,
Is there an extension for it? Damn.
For
See,
dark
we're
mode?
learning
Yeah.
new things.
I go to Brave and change the.
I tried it in
software
Brave. It didn't
settings.
work.
So
Get
I
rid of the
ended the
flags.
poll. I ended the poll that was on my chat. 13
Mhm.
votes. 92% said yes. 7% said no.
That's off the rails.
What is that Chrome extension called?
What is that in freedom units?
Let me see.
What is that in freedom units? Oh man, I thought I put more audio clips in your
Oh, hey.
StreamYard.
I think it's called Dark Reader.
Good to see
or Dark
Abomination
Mode.
over on the Rumble
Dark
side.
mode, dark
At
reader for
Abomination.
Chrome. Dark
Yeah,
theme for
just
every.
look up Dark Mode.
Yeah, I did that. Dark mode, and then it says it's dark mode, dark reader for Chrome, and it's supposed to be for every website.
Yeah.
Good. That would be nice. And I can install it on Edge too.
Yeah.
Called again?
So I had to go to Brave because of the amount of resources, all that bullshit. God, man, I'm so sorry. I keep forgetting that we're live. Oh.
Well, how about this?
Anyway,
Why are you freaking out?
Yeah, why?
You want me to end this
because
bad
it's
boy?
bad habits.
You want me to
We're
end this
already
bad boy?
4 hours in. We're past the 2 hour
That
mark.
doesn't matter.
You
Yeah,
can,
we're well
say
past the
shit.
2 hour
It's
mark.
Hey,
fine.
Danielle, how are you doing?
And I've ruined everything by playing music, so sorry.
You play the heck out of it in a second.
Oh, you played music?
Like
She
4
played 4
seconds.
seconds.
You
of
didn't
Limp
hear it?
Bizkit.
She played Limp Bizkit
I wasn't here.
like twice.
I was buttering my toast.
Buttering your biscuits.
Yeah, you are.
Buttering your biscuits.
Tell me all about it.
Nas,
What kind of butter do you
French
use?
toast.
I bet you've got some like
The
fancy like imported
Artisanal.
it's
butter.
the gold something. The one from Costco.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say it's
The Kerrygold.
Yeah,
the
that one.
Irish butter.
It's not bad.
It's amazing.
It just has
how
a higher
Irish
water content, I think.
fat content. There's gotta be the fat that makes it taste
But
good.
that's good fat. That's kind of fat you need. It's good for the soul.
They have I think a New Zealand butter that's better than the Kerrygold. It's like it's a
Hi,
Kirkland brand, but
Danielle.
it's a New Zealand. It's from like
And you're
New
so
Zealand.
sweet.
It's better.
Yeah, she's awesome. She looked awesome as Waldo.
Yeah.
My favorite Waldo. Thank you.
Yep.
I think you've already got that
Hot
in the chat.
Waldo.
Hey, lady.
Did you just say it was a Baldo?
I said Hot Waldo.
Waldo.
Jeez.
I haven't heard any reviews of the Baldo from a woman's perspective. Are we gonna have that anytime?
That's
Has there
true.
ever been one of the
Welcome
man's
to give that
perspective?
to us.
Wait a second. Are you
Hold on.
saying that the
What's-
Baldo is a homoerotic fixture?
No, I'm just saying we
And
have
use it.
not heard yet, and it could be potential content. Just saying.
Show me your goat bits.
Baldo. Oh my.
What just happened?
It should be your goat bits.
I'm gonna
Is it still? Oh no.
Oh yeah.
What is the website for Baldo?
yeah.
I googled it and it's just giving me a whole bunch of nonsense.
Isn't
Did
that
you spell it
Baldo?
right?
2 L's. That does not look like
Baldo.com.
that does not look like a legitimate website. So I searched for it on Google and it did not give me baldo.com.
Literally Baldo.com.
They have a huge Halloween sale.
Google sucks.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, they got the Vibaldo.
So it's
Oh,
a
yeah.
vibrating one.
I think Drex said he was gonna get that one. He hasn't even used the original one, so
There you go. Huge Halloween sale.
I don't
50%
know.
off.
You're
I
showing
don't know if I
something
want
like
to take
that.
50% off.
You're showing a lot of blood and that. I don't know. That just
Halloween.
looks like bad marketing.
What? Blood.
Yeah. I know some people
Oh.
are into that. So.
Ew. Ew.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh. Oh.
Are you just realizing
yeet.
what that thing is?
Oh, how do I get out of here? Oh boy.
Where did you go?
Oh.
Where did you find yourself, you sweet summer child? What happened?
Oh. I was born in January.
Figured.
I'm an Aquarius. Do what?
I said
wait,
it was figurative.
Oh.
actually,
Only $39.
It's bloody.
Like I said, some people might be into them.
actually,
Have you ever heard of Red Wings?
Yeah, that's a little
remove.
different.
Okay.
Shizzy.
Never mind.
Their shoes. Their shoes.
can't-
That's a
I
nice pair
can't.
of work. They
I
make work
can't
boots.
remove it because I accidentally put it
Yes,
through
work
StreamYard
boots.
and it
Yes.
it put it in as yours. Can you
Exclusively
delete
work
that?
boots.
What is it?
Mm.
Can you delete the chat?
Oh,
I put the link for it in the chat. I
So
didn't mean to
Shizzy.
put it on
So
yours. I meant
Shizzy.
to put it in mine, not
Damn.
yours.
oh, damn
Susie
it!
did it too.
I
Yeah.
can't. No, I can't delete it.
You can't
Can't
delete it from
delete it.
your chat?
From my
I think
chat.
you have to go to
Oh,
YouTube. I think you have to go to YouTube.
from your
and
side
delete
on
Well, I
it.
mean, it's
YouTube.
still show up in like our
Yeah, I
StreamYard
can
chat,
remove
but
it
maybe
from my
it's
chat.
not in.
Yeah,
can take
because
it out
I
of the
don't
YouTube
know.
chat.
I don't know if YouTube cares if you put that link in the chat, but I put it in mine.
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
care if they take my channel down. Fuck my channel.
Oh, hush.
Oh my God, Jess, I'm going to do it.
What's she
going
gonna
to
do?
it. She's gonna go to it. She's gonna go get one.
Go to it. Get
Don't-
one. You know what?
don't
I'm
get
gonna get one. I'm gonna get one.
No, don't listen. Your husband needs to be in on this.
He's sitting next to her.
No, he's in the other
He
room.
wasn't
but-
earlier.
He needs to know what's going on.
You know what? 20 years. Hey, let's try a thing. Okay. Yeah, it's no big deal.
Okay.
20 years, you can get
that's
weird.
More of a, that, okay.
Oh,
Weird's
Well,
how I got the
Abomin-
first year. Weird's how I got I do.
Abomination over from my
so
Rumble. My Rumble size says it's not blood; it's raspberry flavored lube.
See, that's why I don't eat those
Got it.
Danishes.
Yep.
I like that cheese Danish.
You know what? Tell yourself what you want to hear.
So you want cheese there instead?
Oh no, smegma.
Just saying. No, probably not. Want
I'm
cheese.
strictly talking about Danishes. Don't be weird.
You said
Izzy.
tough nut.
Did
said
you
tough
guys
nut
ever like
Danishes?
go through those websites like everything they taught you in health class in high school has been
I'm
disputed?
putting the baby to bed. Don't get it.
So I'm here for you, 1,000 men.
Love you, Casey.
Oh my God.
I'm here for you. I said,
If your wife, expert, goes, hey, honey, let's try this out.
we're gonna have a lot of questions before we get to that. We're gonna be like,
And just hope you're not like Chris Adler.
I don't know who that is. I know Steven Adler from Guns N' Roses. He
No.
got addicted to heroin.
No, the Chris
He's the
Adler.
drummer.
Just all you had to do is look up balls and Chris Adler. And,
Yeah. No.
50% off. Halloween coupon code.
Be a lot cooler if it said
If
Halloween.
you know, you know.
PayPal, pay now. Your order's being processed. Let's go.
You're getting it to work Casey over. Gotcha. Casey, feel lucky. You're about to experience the joy of a Baldo.
You want to
It's
get
not
weird
just-
after 20 years? Let's get weird.
It's just not
Weird
for
is
your
like
pleasure. It's for
a
her
midget
also.
and car battery.
A midget and a car battery?
Cone. Yeah.
What?
That's not weird for you?
What, a
If it's
midget and
not,
a
you're
car
my kind
battery?
of girl.
I'm not, I'm afraid. I'm sorry.
You're not my kind of girl? Damn.
The midget and the car battery? Nah.
Yeah. You never tried that?
You know what? Put on some Primus and Mr.
What, the
Crinkle.
mid-
Put
the
the
midget-
Baldo on.
Okay.
It'll be a weird night all on its own. It's fine.
Or both at the same time.
You know what? I'm
Do
not going to
what?
throw out the midget and the car battery. You know what? Thank you.
You're going to
Izzy.
keep them? You're going to
Thank
keep
you.
them?
Yeah. Just all of it.
Don't
Just
forget
all
the
of it.
jumper cables.
Oh, hell yeah. Let's go. Share your affiliate link with your friends and get 10% commission when they buy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah. You'll get 10% right
Oh,
now from me.
no. I would share my
You're gonna
screen,
buy
but
one,
it
you
would,
could, because I don't know.
it would share too
Recatus probably
much.
got a promo code.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
Danielle,
knows.
you have to find whenever waifu first got on the stream, we started talking, Mr. Crinkle. Hello, Mr. Crinkle. How are you
How are
today?
you today? Na, 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 na.
Ricada's promo code is nose.
It's probably knows. Yes, what it usually is.
Does it give you 50% off though? Because I think it's probably only 10.
I
Maybe
don't
you get
know.
another 10%.
Maybe you get an
on top of it.
additional
used it.
10%.
Try it and find out.
I guess you can
Halloween
find out.
gets you 50% off. I used
Yeah,
Halloween
then,
code. Sorry,
then
Nick,
use
but
the use the,
The nose
code
knows.
How much is
on
that
top of
thing,
that.
anyways?
It's
Well,
like
it's
original
40
price is like
bucks.
seven. No. Original price
It's
is like 70 something.
Yeah, it's
So
like
50% off.
Piece of rubber.
45.
50% off. It is like
Silicone.
it's like
So
$20
you're-
per
Okay, for a
testing.
piece of silicone, I can
Yeah.
just
Mhm.
tell Shizzy to 3D print one for me.
I could.
Yeah, but it's
Give me
but
the
that's like
STL
a
file, I can print it
medical
out.
grade like silicone and not 3D printed plastic.
No, I got soft 3D stuff,
You know what this is? It's that stuff that those.
and it's flesh colored too.
Yeah.
Oh no.
It
I
It's
went
that
with
stuff.
gray. I didn't go with hot pink. I went with gray. They were the same price.
That's safe.
You didn't go black, but it went gray.
They didn't have that. It's just hot pink or gray.
And they
You know that you're
see,
ordering
so,
this?
so this is the flexible stuff right here. Prints out all flexible, and it's, what do they call it? It's they've got a particular name for it. Oh, skin.
Oh, skin.
Why do you have skin? Never mind.
Because
You don't want to
as a-
know. Sexy
You
robots.
print stuff for ladies.
as a practical joke, I printed out Chris Adler's balls
As a joke.
Yeah.
As a joke.
and added a little thing to it so it could be a Christmas ornament, and then gave it to one of my buddies because he was like, "Man, can you print me out something really cool for a white elephant?" No, for a white elephant gift. And I was just like, "Well, how bad can I go?" And he was just like, "As bad as you want to go." I was like, "Hell yeah!" So that's
You're
what I
like,
printed out.
bet I got this.
Oh yeah, it
Gotta be
was
a
just like
penis.
as soon as they got, no, it was balls, just a set of balls,
Oh, just the balls.
just the balls, and they're squishy. And he was just like, they were the hit of the party.
So I know the
Like,
answer. Balls or no balls.
there's pictures of like women holding it on their chin and stuff like that. It's just,
That's funny.
oh yeah.
Wait, did you take a picture of it when it was done?
No, he did.
He took a picture of it and sent it to me, I think.
I want to see it. Maybe not on stream because YouTube might confuse it with real balls, but you know.
I should send a set of those out every time I send out a 3D.
Okay,
to somebody.
I just made a huge mistake, and I want you guys to never make this mistake. Don't ever
What'd you
look
do?
up.
We can see it in the reflection of your glasses.
Well, you looked up Chris Adler, didn't you?
Yeah, no, don't look up
He
African
looked up his balls.
tribal testicles
Oh God! Why would
Why
you
would
look
you
that
why
up?
were
look that up?
Why?
because
What are
there's
you
a thing.
doing?
Because I saw
The
this.
squirrel-
There's a
because the
thing
squirrels
like
got
one of the
loose.
tribal things have it's a like a big long cone thing.
Okay. The squirrels got loose.
Like,
and so he just-
oh, you're talking about the sheaths, right?
Yeah, like
That are
on their
like
thing.
ridiculously long and
Yeah, and they like have to tie them up or something, like around their neck.
throw him over his shoulder.
Yeah,
Like a
it
con-
is.
Like a
There's
continental
sheath or
soldier.
something. Yeah, it's something crazy, weird like that. And I was like, "That's what the baldo is. It's the African tribal codpiece." But don't look that up. Matter of fact, like I don't know how to delete everything on my computer now, but I
Yeah,
want to.
you're hating it
Hey,
now.
you're done. You're done.
Wait till
And-
White Rabbit sees what you've been looking up.
Trust me, she's seen a lot worse.
I'm sure she has.
That would not be the worst thing she's seen me look up.
Oh no.
Oh,
To be fair,
Anyway.
she's seen me a lot worse. Oh,
jeez.
yeah.
Wow. Where did we go from here, guys?
Ooh,
She's be looking at him now.
no. I want to see this.
It's like, oh
it's
my.
crazy.
Oh my.
It's pretty
Back in
cool.
my
Listen,
day.
Oh, damn it. Wait.
Yeah, movie I want to watch.
What?
The Crow.
Oh, I haven't watched that in so long. Like
Right?
the
All
original
right,
one.
let's see if I can pull it up because this is
What do
pretty
I look
damn
like to
awesome.
you?
Gonna try to get it up.
Some weirdo?
Not the second
I'm
one. Not the
gonna
Crow
try to get
2.
it
The
up.
original one.
Yeah,
It
I
is
was gonna say,
awesome.
don't
Obviously.
answer that.
You
about me
know,
looking like a
sometimes at
weirdo.
your age, you're gonna have that problem, Shizzy.
You know
I
what?
know. Sometimes
We're of the
just-
same vintage. It's fine.
You're an Aquarius?
No, I'm a Lurgo. I'm on the cusp of a Virgo and a Leo. I'm a Lurgo. I don't buy into all the astrology stuff, but a lot of it is actually really applicable. So
Make it generic and general and generic and broad enough, it will be applicable. So.
You're
Yeah.
talking about generic
Remember-
bras again.
Yes.
Mm,
Yes.
yes.
You should always
Get the job done. Just generic.
Well,
No.
I appreciate the underwire.
Me too.
Yeah.
And a little bit of plumping. Like I
Yeah.
appreciate
Yeah.
the lift.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
fine.
it does its
It's not
job.
false
Demonstrate that again.
advertising. It's not false advertising.
Just in case you guys don't believe it, I'll share it.
We're still live.
Yeah.
So,
The fuck?
what the hell was that?
Sorry, I'm not allowed to say the
Yeah.
fuck word.
I saw that. You know, this may be we need to be very cautious about the words we say next.
The
I don't know what's
hell?
real anymore. It's really hard
Or
to
we
tell.
can
You want me to
Let's
do
we
it?
can just do this.
I love a butter biscuit.
Dropped a grumpy, pardon the term, onto the bed